Okay. So I'm kind of getting started, and the plan for today is to continue what we were doing yesterday. Did I click to load? Oh yeah, crash. There. Oops. Okay. Let's see. So the plan is today that we'll be doing the same thing we were doing yesterday. Okay. Try to repeat myself, I guess. Hello. Thank you very much for the raid. Do very much appreciate. I'm literally just getting started though. Hopefully you're having a good day. Hello. What were you up to? Hopefully you're having a good day. Since you were doing some variety, I think. Like repo, I think. Nifty. Oh, okay. Hopefully you had fun. I'm literally just getting started though, so it's one of those things where I'm gonna wait a little bit. Yes. I'm all good. That's good. I'm glad. I'm mostly good. Just like getting started with my day, kind of trying to get things sorted and whatnot. And then I've got work upcoming, which is gonna be, its own thing. It's busy-ish, which is good. But hopefully, the same goes for yours too. Yeah, I'm just, we'll hopefully get some mold draw related stuff done today. Let's see, so what are we even at right now? We've got 12 stone knives and a handful of other metal objects. And then we'll be able to make more metal objects soon, and that will help with the short blades a little bit. So that's the plan right now, is that I'm gonna poke zombies with short blades. And you got first, yes, indeed. Congrats. Okay, let's head down this way. Oh yeah, make sure to get some self-care if you do need it, you know, food, rest, etc. It's very important. Oh, but your friend asked you to. That's good. You know, to be able to stream with a friend, it's nice. So long as you had fun, that is what matters. Am I looking for it? Oh yeah, this is the rat race. So essentially, the rat race is a challenge mode, where we are trying to achieve 3 primary objectives: kill 1 million zombies, create a perfect character, and secure 13 points of interest around the map. 13 points of interest that are they've been selected for their location, kind of, and to secure means to clear them out of zombies and make them functional outposts. Means running water above 5,000 calories. They have to have their own functional car as well as their own generator. Yes, it's very much making them into functional outposts that you're supposed to. Like I said, it's there's 13 of them around the map. 12 of them are churches, and one of them is the military outpost that's deep in the woods beside Rosewood. So this military outpost has quite the basement, and you need to clear that whole thing out. And from what I've heard, there's at least one person in the community, probably more than one actually, that are gearing up to do that now. Because the rat race is it's a rat race essentially. Everybody is playing on the same settings with the same rules. You know, you get to choose your spawn, you get to choose your character, but that's it. You know, it's a race. And then we trade strategies, and we talk about what we wanted, you know, and there's like a leaderboard and stuff as well. So it's like meant to be challenging, right? Which is kind of cool. And so far I've had 7 total attempts. Only 3 of them have hit a breakaway point, and currently not on my personal best for the run. My personal best for the rat race right now is I think it's 26K, something like that. So hopefully we'll beat that with this run. The settings themselves are pretty hard, like so they're built to be challenge mode settings. Yeah, it is a lot of fun. I've been having a good time with it. Oh, neat. Yeah. Let's keep going. Break a few more short blades. Am I still able to push the? Yeah, I'm not. I don't have a duffel bag in both hands. Like if I push with my primary hand. All Zomboid characters are right-handed. So yeah, I can still push. It would be interesting if there were ambidextrous and left-handed traits, but yeah. Enjoy your sleep. And thank you again for the raid. I'm gonna do your shout out in a little while though. Just I wrote it down here because I wanted to make sure that it's more like later on, you know. It's early start. And I know. Yeah. That way it's a little bit more meaningful. I think I might make that a habit is if it like early in the stream. Depending. Here we go. Enjoy your sleep. Okay. Oh yeah, no, I know. And I do appreciate. That's good enough. A little bit too much, actually. They may be sleeping too. Yeah, that usually happens. Lurkers and whatnot. But no worries, enjoy your rest. Lurkers are the best kind of viewers. The silent heroes. The folks that need to get on with their day, or the folks that sleep, or the folks that, you know, like I said, silent heroes. They don't say anything, but they're there. There we go. Still two there. Gotta get a rest in though. I don't actually know if you can smelt this. Is McCoy States my home base? No. It's one of my outposts, but it's not a home base. I technically don't have a home base right now. At least I don't think. I've got outposts at the moment. Nothing that's concrete that I live at. I guess the Spiffos would be the closest thing that I have to an actual base at the moment. Nothing's like built up. They're all just kind of like half put together little places that I can go to sort of rest. Currently in my closest outpost right now, we have Smokies, which is on the other side. Hello, thank you very much for the raid. You very much appreciate. There we go. Gonna add you to my little list because I'm going to do I'm doing shout outs a little bit differently right this second, just because let's see. There. Do sincerely appreciate the raid though. Hopefully you had a good stream. What were you up to? Also, if you need to get some self-care, absolutely make sure to get some self-care. But I'm gonna wait a little bit, and then I'm gonna do shoutouts in 36 minutes or so. Is when I'm gonna start that stuff, because I think that that's for the best. Is wait like an hour in kind of deal, and then, you know, kind of like have a cooldown on it sort of thing. Hopefully you had a good stream though. I had a good stream so far. My day has been decent. Managed to get quite a lot done. Right now I'm gearing up for work stuff that's going to be happening here in the near future, and hopefully we'll be able to get that stuff done relatively quickly. You're playing some more Zomboid? Sounds fun. Zomboid. It is super fun to play Zomboid. Surprisingly enough, on the Discord right now, because I did a poll to see what folks would be interested in for our next Variety Day. I'm surprised to see Vintage Story winning at the moment. Thank you for the tips. Oh, of course, I'd give the best I can on all I know. I want everybody to live as long and as kill as effectively as they possibly can. So everybody deserves to get to that PB moment, you know? That moment where you feel like you've made it. You've survived the apocalypse. It's your moment. But yeah, I hope everybody can survive as long as they want and achieve whatever goals they want. Whether your goals are super duper crazy or, you know, more focused. Whatever they may be. At every spawn? Yeah. It can be a little bit daunting sometimes. Now it can feel a little bit better, I hope. I hope it feels better. Because that's the goal, right? Is that every time it starts just feeling more relaxed. You feel a little bit better. Also, make sure if you need self-care to get your self-care in. Rest, eat, etc. The important things. Okay. Okay, I only want to do a little bit because we're there. Have a good sleep. Enjoy your rest. Alrighty. Well, we might be able to do a little bit more. Maybe. Maybe just a bit more. Do I have a screwdriver on me? I think I do. Right? No, I don't have a screwdriver on me. I should get one so that I can grab some items really quickly. Okay. Yeah, I should go and grab, what's it called? the a screwdriver. Gonna work with chisel. Don't know about this. But I need some of these things need to come with me. Maybe the nails don't. These though do. I want to bring a lot of this stuff over to the other crafting area, because the other crafting area is more of a primary crafting area. Plus, it's more sorted over there. Not the bone, not the zone. And these things. Alright, I think that's everything except for this, which needs to go. Actually, this adds extra weight. Do I need that? No, I don't need it right now. Little bit of chest pain because we lifted a bunch of stuff. And we're bed. Nice. How's weight doing? 83 and coming down. Nice. Good solid. We'll smash that one later. There's actually another one here. It is tempting to do mushroom focus. I don't want to do any focus right now, though. Did this whole thing change, or maybe? Was it all always? It might have always been like that. Okay, let's see how big these berries are. Oh, they're not bad. Okay, 13. 10. Another 13. And then we can cook up the eggs. Now let's get back really quickly so that we can get right back to clearing out that area that's down there. Actually, yeah, that's the one that we marked. I'll take off the hat. Well, that's a point. I could put all of these water things in here. We can start doing an M4 if we had the... We don't, though, right now. Can at least boil the water, though. Yeah, we don't have the clay for it yet, but... We have... What do we have? Can I do another loom? 4 logs, 5 sticks. I think I can make 5 sticks happen. There's a stick on the ground, right? Okay, that there. Start picking up some of these. Those there. Okay. These ones I'll bring inside and or we'll have... I'm gonna leave it here actually. Like this. We'll just cut what we need from it real quick. There we go. Meal made. And then I can bring these inside later. What else do I need here in order to make that thing I wanted? 4 rags. Good enough. Okay, that's it for the most part on some of that. Good. I set up a loom, which is solid. Oh yeah, I forgot to drop those off. Might want to put those in a bag of some sort. Or at least part of them. How much is that? 35? I won't be able to put them all of them, but at least I can put some of them in the bag and it's less of them on the ground. Oops. Okay, everything's been sorted nicely. I should be able to break a knife or two real quick. Yeah, we're not gonna stay out too long. Oh yeah, we were supposed to. It's fine. Ooh, nice. Ooh, a fighting knife. Oh, nice. We got a screwdriver. Oh, another steak knife. Hello. Oh, matches. There we go. Like to see that. Hmm. Give me 1 second, zombies, because I need to drop off. Like, sure all of this. Okay, yeah. Matchbook can go in there too. This stuff can go in here though. Okay. Yeah, today's been going pretty good so far. We're just looting at the moment. So my goal right now is going to be to break a couple of knives today. Loot some of these corpses. Not like an immense amount of them, but enough of them that we can feel a little bit confident in our totals of like watches and other such things, in case I want to make another watch bag, or perhaps I want to start leveling electrical. I want to be able to start thinking about those things. Because right now I can level electrical to 1 fairly instantly. So we might start considering that. Maybe. Yeah, I'm just right now just having a look through all the bodies that in the immediate area. Higgins likes gold? Yeah, Higgins is making gold-related stuff at the moment. Like, we are collecting some of the gold so that we can make it into ingots, and I don't know, I'll see how many ingots I can collect over time. We'll see. We've already made a golden keychain, and we were in the process of creating a golden spoon to eat our food with. I have quite a few fragments of gold. I didn't quite have enough. It takes 10 gold fragment pieces, which each piece takes 20 gold trinkets in order to make. So 20 gold trinkets times 10 is 200 gold trinkets to make 1 sheet, which is required to make 1 golden thing. At least I think that that's how it is. So it takes over 200 trinkets in order to make a golden spoon and or fork. So it'll be worth it once we actually make it. What I might do is we might collect a mitt full of bars and make gold bars a thing. And then who knows, maybe I'll switch it up and we'll do silver bars for a while. Not sure. Haven't decided. For right now, though, gold seems the better choice. Just because, you know, that whole luster and whatnot. Also, every once in a while, we get a gold trinket that has a gemstone in it. And those gemstone actually do come out, and we use them. Well, sorry, we don't use them for anything. They just are, gemstones. So like diamonds, rubies, they're just shiny stones to have. Yeah. I don't know. No, Higgins doesn't need to use the bathroom anymore because the Nox virus fused with him, and those kinds of things are not necessary anymore. That's what the Nox virus does when when you achieve perfection with the Nox virus. When your body is in tune with it and you have the asymptomatic capabilities of the Nox virus, you no longer need to use the bathroom. The virus is eating all of the waste. That's why Project Zomboid characters don't have to use the bathroom. Outside of mods, but you know, mods are their own thing that's separate. Yeah, gold bowl would be kind of cool to put in for as well. Gold plate to eat your steaks on. Rabbit steaks. Comically oversized bowl. I miss that stuff. Gold frying pan, yeah. And obviously, if we're making gold sheets, then we've got to make like silk like bed sheets for the bed. I wish there was better blankets. There's not very good blankets in Zomboid, like to put over the bed. Why can't we make our bed? You know? It's because we stand awkwardly beside the bed. We don't actually sleep. Like, we do sleep, but we don't sleep, you know? There's no real sleep for a Zomboid character. Okay, I'm just gonna throw these in my thing so that we can grab essentially what is a big bag of loot and carry it all the way to the... Because we need to start consolidating the loot towards the Smokies. Mm. These ones can all be made into his. This can then be placed here. This is an actual axe. These electronic scrap and the watches can come out. These other metal things, though, can all go in there. Electronic scrap that I really don't have a place for can go here. Hello. Gonna send Higgins to bed. Some food go first. Two, 7. Okay, these ones can come inside with me because they're the emergency food. If you're here for my hat, alrighty. You feel free to borrow it if you need. I need to bring those flanks outside here in a short while. Gonna sleep in. Thought I could hear something banging on a door. There's a reason why it sounds familiar. I still remember the very first time that Emma and I watched or went to the karaoke to do this song for Majima. And it was hilarious. It was so funny because we both were confused at first because he pitched down the machine and we'd never seen that before. Not a single time had we ever seen the karaoke machine get pitched down before. And we were like, he's going to do accompaniment, right? Right? No, he's singing the song. Like he actually is singing along to the song. Which, I mean, kudos. But we thought he was going to do accompaniment the whole time. So you're like... And it was one of the hardest, especially with input lag delay from the controller, that Emma's ever had to do. It's probably the hardest karaoke song in the whole Yakuza series. Like, there's harder mini games that you have to do in the series, but this is probably the hardest of the karaoke. There's this one, and then there's, like, one other one that comes close. And then there's some that are really funny to listen to, like Rouge of Love from Saejima. But, yeah. It's something else. My headcanon for this bird is that it slammed into the fence post, and that's why it's fresh. Yeah, for folks that don't know what I'm talking about, the Yakuza game series is great. There's a mint full of songs on my playlist that are not kind of like not really chill, and this is one of them. But it's kind of chill. If the thing is it's chill if you realize what's going on in the song, because from a Yakuza standpoint, it's a mini game that's karaoke. It's a like playing Guitar Hero or whatever. So comparatively to the rest of that game series, it's very relaxed. Because the rest of that game series is very much action, beat 'em up style, and cutscenes that you will never forget. I really can't wait to hear some of the new stuff that's coming. And we gotta know that they're gonna release more Yakuza titles. They're just way too good. Emma said that it's possible. But we'll see. But yeah, I like Judgment. Judgment's story was really good. You never got to play Dead Souls? This song is from Dead Souls originally, but you can find it in the new Like a Dragon pirate expansion with Majima. They brought it back and they made it easier. So without input delay and a lot of other stuff. So trust me, this song is not so hard when you're playing it on pirates. But if you're trying to play this in the original Dead Souls, oh my god. It is horribly difficult. Which is funny, because it's, like I said, you got to remember that coming from it, Emma and I we were already jarred because Majima just started singing the song, which like I said, we didn't expect it. I mean, we should have expected it, but we didn't expect it. We thought he was just going to do accompaniment to like Haruka or something, We were like, yeah, it's just going to be, accompaniment. No, it's not. Majima singing the song. He downpitched the whole thing so he could sing it. Because of course he did. Essence of Chaos, that character. And that's one of the reasons why that character is so loved, is because, I mean, that's essentially what he is. He's very serious and solemn when he needs to be, but Essence of Chaos aside from that. He's the embodiment of lawful chaos. If lawful chaos could exist, that would be Majima. And that's part of the reason why he's such a great character. That's how I would define him anyways. Okay, we need to cook the bird first, then cut it up, then cook it again. So, for those that don't know how birds work at the moment, it's weird. The way that birds work currently is if you want to get them to have the lowest amount of unhappiness tied to them, you have to cook them first, then you have to cut them up, and then cook them again. Because the way that they've got it coded right now, which is, it's a strange thing, is if you don't do it that way, it keeps its unhappiness Malu throughout. And it doesn't, so like when you cut it up, it'll keep the unhappiness Malu even after you've cooked it. So it's a weird, strange thing that only somebody who eats birds would notice. Which I'm a seasoned trapper in this game. I love trapping. It's great. And it's yeah, it's weird. I don't know. I think it's just, it's obviously something that somebody missed when they were updating, just to get rid of the bug that was existing with some of the trapping stuff. Yeah. They fixed the errors on there, but they did, I don't know if they fixed like everything. But see, if I cook this first, it'll lose its unhappiness malus, to which then I can cut it up and it'll be fine. But if you don't do that, it sticks with it. And when you cut it up, it keeps the unhappiness malus, and then it doesn't let you remove them. So... it's weird. Okay, this can go in here as our snack. Hi there. Hopefully you're having a good day, Elm. I'm having a pretty good day so far. Hopefully we'll get some stuff done today. How goes the V-Rising? Or are you taking a break from that and playing other stuff? Because last time we were playing V-Rising, I got sick, which sucked. And then I needed a rest day, which isn't fun. Nobody likes to be sick. There we go. You sorry I got sick? Yeah, it was right during our session too. I was like, we were doing some boss killing, and we would have done the other bosses probably had I did not gotten sick. You're at 99, happy with it? That's good. But yeah. Isn't fun. I think I want this. No. Maybe we'll grab the hemp from here. We'll bring it. Yeah, there's 20 some odd hemp here. Yeah, I know you were in the silver wastes or whatever, silver people area last I seen. I was thinking of doing like one of the ones in Oakvale, but I was like, we'll see. It's one of those ones where I'm not really sure if I want to. I'll figure it out later. We're pretty much on the end of the game anyways, right? We just have to really kill Dracula. What's the post game after that? Is there post game? I would assume there's gotta be, right? What's after Dracula? Nothing? Kinda disappointing. I guess if you were playing PvP, which is what the game centralizes around a little bit, that there would be a brief instance of fighting over the shards. But if you're not playing PvP... yeah. Which is understandable given the state of a lot of PvP games. There's a lot of PvP games that exist that are really popular and really, like, you know... So the devs, it's well placed to want their game to be PvP. I don't feel like it fits it 100%. Like, I mean, you can see elements that would be kind of cool for PvP, and you can see neat setups for it. but you would be constantly resetting servers. Like it would be like servers would last like a week and then they'd get reset again and then rinse repeat, right? And it would become down to some RNG elements, which is whoever gets the most 100% people, right? So that they can get more resources quicker and also keep their castle under lock and key a little bit better. Yeah, I would expect that they're really quick. Yeah, so bi-weekly, yeah, it makes sense. And they have to limit mechanics because of PvP abuse? Yeah, exactly. So it ends up being, I don't know. It's the same as the Dead by Daylight community be trying to orient its game to be PvP oriented. It's not really, you know, like yes it is to a degree, but balance wise it's just not gonna be one of those games that ends up being like built for like true competitive play, you know? 'Cause it's just they're both not those kinds of games when it comes down to a core of its fundamentals. Yeah, they also started doing integration and stuff, which is nice. And then I heard that the 7 Days to Die community is very good in its modding community. So that's what I've heard from that. And that sounds very good. That they've got a good modding community. I don't know very much though about that stuff. I just know it sounds good. On paper, it sounds good. We ended up somehow with more knives than I started with, which I find kind of funny. Somehow I have more knives to begin than I had to begin with. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting at the end of the day, and every game community can make it to that way eventually. Like you could have a community that's centralized around PvP, and you can have one that's centralized around, that's the thing is that people will make it happen if they really want it, right? I don't know. If there's nothing really after Dracula, then that's interesting. Because then, I mean, you're building up to that point to just take on the final boss. I'm assuming that it's a really fun and multi-stage fight. But I don't know much about V Rising. I suppose I know enough about V Rising, mostly, but I don't know, like, that stuff. Yeah, we'll find out when we get there, kind of thing. But it won't be for a few days at the very least, because I know that my next few days are going to be kind of stuffed full of stuff. I might not even have time to stream during the next few days. We'll see. I'm going to try my very best, though. Like, we'll see. But I'll keep everyone posted. Tempted to cheese them? Well, if you're gonna cheese them, why don't you just do one of those achievement unlockers instead? If you're gonna cheese them anyways, you know? Yeah, sorry. You could do one of those instead, Elm, and then just do them all. Unless you want to actually, like, really try to get them in the game, using the in-game mechanics, and feel better about it that way. Okay, then you can get to see the brutal phases. Okay. Yeah, those kinds of things, it's up to people's perceptions on it, but in my opinion, I like to get the achievements. I like to get them naturally. But there are people that get the achievements and use those unlockers and stuff just to have the achievements because they like them, which is fine. I mean, kind of, in my mind, defeats the purpose of the achievements in the first place, but to each their own. Their preference. Like, I'm not judging them. I wouldn't do something like that, but I know that that sort of stuff is you know, there's some folks that do it. It was really popular in the payday community of people doing that. And it's kind of sad. There's a sad story behind that. Is that Emma has thousands of hours in Payday 2, right? But Emma used to get kicked from lobbies because she had the fancy Payday mask, because that Payday mask very frequently was used by hackers. But Emma was proud of that mask because she put in the hard work to actually earn it, like legit. Right? But yeah, so Emma's one of the few people that, or maybe there's several people that have gotten that mask through thousands of hours of gameplay, and then, you know, it kind of ends up being negative due to the folks cheating it in. Sorry. Lots of sneezing today. My goodness. Let's hope it doesn't get me killed. Maybe that's part of the Moldra curse. Moldra infects you with a bunch of sneezes. If it can't kill you naturally, it'll get you by you messing up from sneezing. Allergic. It's a negative trait that causes sneezing during specifically spring months. Just random sneezes. I need to break some of the metal, not like objects that I currently have. Another. Oh, I thought it was a garden fork. I was like, or not a garden fork. The what's it called? The one that the pitchfork. wonder how long it would take to carve a spear. Really not long. I'm gonna throw it in this bag. Yeah. Thank you very much for the raid. Thank you very much appreciated. 1 sec. Shout out here. Howdy. Go. Hopefully you had a good stream. How goes your rat race? Is your rat race stuff going good? Mine's going decently. I'm making some progress. Go. Alright, right now pushing down the main street of Moldraw, and we're about, we're starting to reach closer to the next area. It's like a little, strip molly bit with like a convenience store or something, I think. Yeah, give me a little intro. Yes, if you need self-care as well, make sure to get some self-care. Rest, eat, etc. The important things. Gotta remind myself to do 2 other shoutouts as well, because I said that I would wait to do them. And I will do them here when cooldowns allow. Yeah, hopefully your stream is good. It makes it kind of look like I'm bashing them with the bag. What? There we go. I don't know what that is. Is that a crowbar? I don't think I've ever seen the crowbar wedged in quite that way before. It is indeed a crowbar. That is the most creative way I've seen the crowbar wedged. Usually I see it hooked to their shoulder. Have I ever seen it jammed quite that way before? Not remembering. If I have. Still, that's kind of cool. Crowbars are nice to have. Are some of the best weapons for long blunt. Recoup my stamina. And then bail, I guess, because we're tired. Okay. Some of these cracks. Look at this. A lot. Hmm. Um, okay, let's head back and get a nap in. We'll eat this tomorrow at the beginning of our day. And replace that. I'm gonna wait for this to come down just a little bit. Hopefully we can get more sleep. That nightmare sucked. Claustrophobia can be very annoying. Because this room is big enough, but not big enough at the same time. Okay, we'll just fast forward to 6 then. Alright, so I'm going to BRB. I am going to refill my tea and, and such. So I'll be right back. Okay. There we go. Go. Just gonna shout out the folks that are that did raid in earlier as well, because I want to make sure that they you know, it's just because they're lurky, you know. Who knows? Maybe it's somebody's new favorite streamer, right? It's important. It is a cold day. Let us wear our hat. Solid. And put these things in the bowl. Okay. Let's go. Oh, hello. You're a lot closer to this area than I'd like you to be. One second, though. Okay, I just wanted to make sure we still had a screwdriver available. The other one's bloody, though. Let's swap out. it's Embo. Hey, Embo. Oh, you reminded me that I need to shout out that other person, which is this person. This person. I forgot. I do very much appreciate. Thank you very much for the raid. I do very much appreciate you. Hopefully you're having a good day. Were you having fun doing what were you doing this time? Probably. Oh, you're hangry, so you must go. Okay, well, don't be too hangry. You know, it's okay. You'll get food soon. You were doing modded repo. I figured you were playing repo again, but I didn't want to be presumptuous and assume that you weren't gonna maybe hop on Sunday Drivers or maybe do some other fun related stuff that's variety-esque. I've been looking, well, not looking. I've been playing V Rising with Emma, and then also Emma's been playing a lot of other side games. But you gotta go. You gotta go eat. So you go eat, and I will. I mean, when you come back and wave at me at some point, we'll chat and stuff, I'm sure. Also, I need to do this. This is a requirement. There. There we go. Okay. It's important. Important things. Okay. Yes. You go enjoy your food, and I do very much appreciate the raid. I suppose, one sec, I'll do my little intro-y thing. I should be able to shout out Emblem now, right? Shout out for Emblem? Yeah, shout out for Emblem. Some more zombies. A little bit much. Let's lose part of it. Okay, another run. Let's go. Wow, they're always broken every time. Unlucky. You just caught a raccoon and you picked it up. How do you kill it? So you put it on the ground. So like bring it to an area that it can't escape from, like a indoor area or an area that's fenced or something like that. And then you just melee it. Don't down attack. Just melee the air in front of it, like it's a zombie. It'll take damage, and so long as you're not exerted and stuff, so long as you're using a weapon that has decent damage, it'll die. But yeah, bring it into an area that's secure, that it can't escape from, and that's what you do. in my opinion, an indoor area that has no, that's like a bedroom or something like that, with like a window. Close the door behind you. Put it on the ground. You know, that's what I would do if I really wanted to kill a raccoon. And I have like the handful of the raccoons that we have. I kill them in the kitchen of the Spiffos. And because they like me, because they're my pets, kind of. They're not pets, they're just like wildlife that we've caught. But because I rescued them from traps, they believe that, you know, they have maxed out acceptance. They're here. They're not pets. That would be wrong. The frogs are my pets. Slash friends. I actually hold them in higher regard than I do my character. So now what you want to do is you're going to want to butcher it while it's on the ground and or you can hang it on a butcher's hook. I think. I don't know if raccoons can go on a butcher's hook. I know the bigger stuff can. I don't know if the raccoon can. I've never tried. I usually just butcher it on the ground. It's not a whole lot of meat though, just so you know, you're aware. It's you're better off getting foraged goods. Foraged foods are better for you than that. Unless you have like a lot of raccoons, I guess. But or if you're desperate for food. If you're desperate, then that, and also start working on your foraging if you're desperate for food. There's a lot of good food in foraging. Interesting. Okay, well, I'm gonna kill this one zombie over here somewhere. And then we're going to go back because we're tired at like noon because our character had a nightmare last night and it's screwing us out of the day. So we'll take this opportunity to go and train some other skills. Yeah, so you currently they don't. Currently, deers, cows, pigs, they're all bad. Like I'll just say it as it is. They're bad. They're not calorically good. They're just bad. All of those meats need to be rebalanced in a way to make them calorically efficient. Otherwise, I mean, there's no point in it. There is almost no point to kill the animal outside of requiring its meats, or if you want the meats for low-calorie meals currently, because they don't provide enough. They really don't. Especially, and you'll notice I left bunny out, because bunnies are run on an old calorie system. So for some reason, I'll put it like this, because this is the easiest way to explain it. A baby bunny, you kill a baby bunny and butcher it, you'll get more meat than if you butcher a full-grown adult bull. You know? So you have a big old cow, baby bunny has more calories. And tiny little poof. Little poof ball has more calories than a big old Angus. That doesn't mean to nerf the bunnies. It means to buff the other meats. That's the answer. That or that what they could do is they could instead add in lard. If they added in lard and then also included a way for us to make candles, added in candle holders. Now, once again, all these ideas add in extra work for the devs. It's not my intention. It's just the idea would be cool, right? So is to have animals, you could get lard, combine it with twine, make your own candles, and then use those candles. Pemmican would be nice, but I don't expect pemmican to be a thing for a while. But if you could make your own candles, then you could have like candles that burn out over time. Like give them like make them like the like lights that burn out over time. Came in with the raid, but you're unpacking stuff. That's fine. You can continue your lurk. That would be a cool mod. See, I'm not thinking mod though. I'm thinking like part of vanilla, like part of the base game. I'm not thinking mods right now, because while we're in build 42, the devs will have like that it's unstable. That and the devs are listening to the community, and they'll listen to stuff that we want for the base game and stuff that makes sense for the base game, right? That said, though, like some things don't make as much sense. For example, and here's one that's going to get a few people into to disagree with me, but the common sense mod doesn't make as much sense for the base vanilla game. So the ability to open up garages and stuff with a crowbar. So why does it not make sense for the base game? Well, because it makes keys pointless. And it seems like the devs are going in the direction that they want keys to have value. So to be able to just crack open anything with a crowbar doesn't really seem to be a good idea, right? However, if they're going to lean into that, there's already stuff in the base game for copying keys. They need to give us the ability to make key molds for things. So, for example, to take clay and be able to fit it into locks or something. I don't know how you would do that. Maybe there's some sort of deeper locksmithing thing that would be useful, right? To be able to learn how to make a key for a lock that exists in the world that you don't have. Like, for example, to be able to locksmith a key for a car, or perhaps locksmith a key for, a house that doesn't have a key available, right? It'd be neat. But yeah, I think that's I do think it's a good idea. Like, and like I do like the common sense mod in a way, but I can see why the devs wouldn't want to do that kind of thing as well, right? And we got to kind of bear that in mind of why would the devs not want something like that? Well, for this reason. And it's just like same for the candles, right? Why would the devs not want candles to be a little bit more accessible? Well, perhaps they want us to lean towards more of a method of creating proper other alternative fuel sources, and they want us to be much noisier in our creation of that stuff so that then we can use lanterns or something in the future, Or perhaps they want us to improve our electrical skill and be like able to restart the grid. I don't know what they want. I really don't know because I'm not one of the devs, right? But we can always put forward these ideas and give constructive criticisms on the things that we don't like. Like, for example, right now, the water system's a little bit aggressive. It's a little too taxing. I feel like I'm always filling up my water bottle. That's one example of just, things that are kind of uh, leaning in that direction, right? Kind of hopefully they bring back the thirst just a little bit, just a smidge. Or at least increase the volume of which the containers can hold water, because like I said, I feel a little bit like I'm always filling up every single moment of every day. But that said, I mean, that's a mild thing, right? It's not like super duper intrusive. I mean, it can be sometimes. The weight thing, the caloric system is also a little intrusive. I feel like I'm almost like I have to go in for roughly an in-game week. I have to reset my calories every time, and I have slow metabolism. Imagine if you had fast metabolism. You'd be somewhat screwed. Comboed with something like hardy appetite, which is not actually how hardy appetite works, so I shouldn't include that in that little ramble. But at the end of the day, the calorie system should be eased back a little bit, and we should be able to keep meat on our bones a little bit easier. Like we're like it's too intrusive. The survival elements, while nice, are being a little bit intrusive on the other aspects of gameplay, like the looting and the building my farm up and the fighting the zombies. I can't really do as many of those things because I'm having to deal with the mitigating the character's needs. Now, in saying that, and that's with traits that are built for like making that easier, right? Yeah, it's a little bit too much in my opinion. Right now the food systems and the liquid systems need to be eased back a little bit and also made a little bit more lenient. At least in my opinion. Now, I'm not speaking from a rat race perspective. I'm speaking from a default apocalypse perspective. Currently, especially for like the different meats in the game, the venison, the cow meat, like so beef, pork, all of that stuff, it should be amped up. It should be equivalent to the rabbit, equivalent to the fish, and equivalent to the caloric gains that butter gives you. You'd be more tempted to kill an animal if it actually gave you more resources. And I think that that's part of it, is part of the reason that the dev team went in the direction they did, is because they were trying to balance the fact that you get bones, you get leather, you get so many resources out of this one animal. But the thing is that's it. Yes, you get bones and you get leather, and yes, those things are staying in the world, like kind of like when I make a leatherworking and blacksmithing setup, it doesn't go away. It's permanent. It stays here, and I can always come back to it and with metal and other such things and use it, right? Which is the point, is that that's why they're balancing it in that way, at least from my perspective as a player looking at some of that stuff. I get some of the perspective behind it, but I see that it's kind of skewed in a way, and that it's going to cause some issues, especially in terms of like total values, right? So like especially when you compare them to other food sources, and especially if they decide to nerf some of those other food sources. A lot of the community has asked for new nerfs on butter, but they more so they want butter to be able to either one, they want it to either expire, so it'll expire, or the other thing that I've been sort of voicing for quite some time is don't let it expire, let it be permanent stay, but make it so that you have to put it into cooking meals, you know, make it part of cooking, like, because currently eating butter bars is kind of right? And then do that to sugar too, as well as all the other ingredients. Allow them to go into teas and coffees, allow them to go into recipes, but you can't eat them by themselves anymore. These systems can be balanced, it's possible, but yeah. It's just a matter of finding the way to balance them. And the way that suits Zomboid specifically, by the way, because Zomboid it's a video game, right? So it's got to suit the game too. Suspend realism. Embrace Zomboid in a way. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I said that we were going to do some of this stuff because I can't. You can just, you need to focus on the rabbits more than you focus on the raccoons. And don't only do trapping. There's no reason to limit yourself. Use all forms of survival. Yeah, it's true. With doing rabbit and rodent, but it's mostly the rabbits that are giving you the bonus. So long as you have the rabbits specifically, and then also, this is big. This is an important thing. When you're trying to gain weight, move around less. And what I mean by move around less is you can do exercise, but try to stay as still as you can. The reason that you try to stay still and you don't go fighting and you don't do any of that stuff is because you're trying to mitigate your calorie loss. You're trying to make sure that your character is gaining the most they can. So to gain weight, just stand next to your bed and reload guns or do working out or do indoor activities slash base activities. Don't run around killing zombies. Walking and stabbing zombies, it burns calories. It's not good. So if you've got to fight, fight, but remember, it costs calories to fight. So that's a big thing that people forget about is that it costs calories to fight. So gonna really quickly. Oh, I was going to go and wash these, but I can't. Not viable. I wash one. Because if I wash one of these, I can make one thread, right? And with said one thread, as well as these. Where are the scissors? I should have a pair of scissors somewhere. I have this pair of scissors on me. Can I cut these? There's gotta be a pair of scissors somewhere over here. I've got one thread. I'll bring these inside. Hmm. Oops. Is Zomboid okay? You can't be serious. I didn't even do anything this time. I'm in my little base. I literally did nothing. I didn't do anything this time. I just was trying to go to bed. I did nothing. I sat down by accident, but I swear you didn't sabotage it. It couldn't be you because it was the last 3 times that I've played. I've had 3 consecutive crashes. Once, like it's been bad. I've been having a lot of crash problems lately, and it sucks because I'm having a good time for the most part. It's just these crashes are frustrating to anyone, anyone would understand. I don't like that. It sucks. You heard about people having issues crashing after sleeping? I didn't even get to sleep though. I was about to sleep and it didn't happen. It drives you mad sometimes. I get you. I understand. I'm looking forward to when I get it. Like, so my system essentially is getting a huge upgrade when I move to Sweden with Emma, because, well, I say my system. This system is going to be sold and broken down into parts and sold, cause or given to friends or whatever. Cause I'm not bringing it with me. Cause we're building a brand new PC over there. That's Emma's old PC. So the way that it works is we um we built Emma a brand new PC, like brand new, really good, right? And then I'm gonna be getting Emma's old PC, which is nice. It's getting kind of polished up a little bit. So maybe some new RAM or something. I don't know. I genuinely don't know hardware. So it would be um Emma, who does all that stuff, understands the fixins of the new PC or the yeah. But Emma's been having a good time for the most part, outside of the initial, like, so the initial um purchase of Emma's new PC, there were some problems, and Emma doesn't do good with that kind of stuff. Emma's not the best person for having issues when you have problems and stuff, because it can be very stressful on her. Thankfully, it all got sorted, and it got sorted decently as far as I know. All right, let's make our way this way. Is that? Oh, that's Ogbane hemp. Never mind. Yeah, we'll see what happens here in the future. I don't expect that I would need a supercomputer to play Zomboid, though. But it definitely won't hurt. And it's not like my current computer's terrible. I have 32 gigabytes of RAM. That's not a lot, like insignificant amount of RAM. It's because I used to play Minecraft and heavily modded Minecraft that required like pretty much a sizable portion of my RAM to run. And I have it set up that Zomboid takes, I think the last time I checked, and this is recent, I've given Zomboid 8 gigabytes. I very frequently will give it anywhere between, like sometimes I'll give it more, but that's only if I'm using a lot of mods. We're not using a lot of mods. So it shouldn't even require that much, to be honest. Maybe 8's too much. Because I know that it wants 4. 4 is important. But it's times 16, so there's a lot of zombies. So it's good to give it a little bit extra. Yeah, I wish I knew hardware better. That's right, because it'll turn off my origin. I'm hoping all that stuff goes smooth. I'm still nervous because, like, I mean, it's already almost June, right? Like, it's nearly like June's fairly soon. June, July, August, September, October. 5 months, all on one hand now. Essentially, we've entered the countdown. Okay, I'm gonna bail from this section, I think. We got enough that we can eat. Walk out of here. Violets don't go bad. I'd like to go get that, but I don't want to go that far over there. We're almost out at least. There we go. Half those twigs. Two eggs. Two mushrooms. And a carrot. Lovely. Okay, let's go. It's a good sim song. Maybe a bit much. Okay. Switch then. Come on. Rest in peace, fighting knife. You did a good job. Okay, we gotta go back. 400 XP away from the next level of short blade, where we get our first damage boost. Mm. Hmm. Nah, that's not Higgins. We need to get a pair of scissors. There's a pair of scissors somewhere in that pile. I don't know where, but somewhere. Go have a look. Just really quick on the like close end ones. I just sworn there was one that was close by. There's like several. Nice. Yeah, we'll run back, grab food, give Higgins his nice little cut so that he's back to the way that he was. Back to the Picard, which is his hairstyle. Let's fix your hair. So it should be, where are you? There you are. Turn Higgins to his original form. There you go, Higgins. Back to normal. Well, kind of. Till the goofy hair shows up again. And then we put a hat over it. Oh, nice. Oh, I still haven't updated that. Daily report journal is still not in. I don't have that one anymore. I took that one off. That aside, though, it's fine. Eventually, I'll update it. The reason I took that mod off was because it was causing problems in later runs because it was adding stuff to the player.db file, causing it to bloat and, you know, cause problems. There's been mods that have been made better as a result that I'm not adding to my run because I just don't want to add more mods to my run. There's even some mods that I want to add, kind of, but I've decided against them. Like the dark water mod. I kind of like that mod, but I'm not adding it because I don't want to add more mods. I'm good. I'm good where I'm at. No, especially in runs like this where the files are already going to get chunky. That's just what happens in Zomboid. Is your save gets bigger and bigger, and that's just how it goes. The longer you survive, the bigger the save. Till eventually you get a really chunker of a file. It is a big file. We do. The problem is in order to bake Higgins a cake, we need yeast, and we need, there's a few things we need, and we don't have. It's easier to make a cake than in old days, though. Maybe we'll do cookies or cupcakes or something. Something that doesn't require so many resources. I do want to bake him cakes, though. So I am going to count the years and owe him cakes. And then he'll get to eat the entire cakes when time comes. And it'll be like that scene from Matilda with the gigantic cake. Where it's like, you get to eat the whole thing by yourself. Something hard to make? Oh, I made lots of things that were fairly complex. People would notably remember me for my stews, though. Because the stews and the soups were the thing that I was best at. However, I made burgers. Spiro's was really well known for making skewers. I made some good stews, though. Like, the kind of stews that got people coming back. Like, big time. Same for Spiro's skewers. Those skewers were really good. As well as just doing random, cool, variety-style cooking. I made lots of different things. Burgers. I did, we did lots of stuff. Baked goods. You know, treats for everyone. Watermelon. Everything you can think of. It was pretty fun. Of course, it wasn't just cooking, like, team. It was everybody working together in tandem. We had people on foraging, people on farming, people on hunting, trapping. It was a big joint effort. That's one of the reasons why the blood drive was so fun. And the reduced XP made it so that it was everybody had job security. And when somebody died, you felt it. You were like, wow, so-and-so's gone, and now that means that somebody else needs to train whatever that is. I'm wondering at what point I would have died. I think as we were starting to stake our claim out, is actually the biggest risk that I would have taken. And that would have been my actual demise. After we'd claimed all of LV, I think probably if we had managed to succeed it, I might have died during one of the pushes. If I had to guess. Because Mike's connection wasn't stable. So there would be a high chance that I could die to my unstable connection. Anytime I went out into the danger zone, it was like, it wasn't, it was always that risk of this could be the one that gets me. But that's part of why it was fun too. It's one of those things that helps build you as a player, though, and a character, right? Because we really enjoyed everybody's company as a result. Like, there was a few, like, dramas here and there, but it was mostly a wholesome experience where everybody was working together and trying to help each other. There was a couple people, though, that were cheating, and there were a couple people that were causing issues to happen behind the scenes. Can't even imagine the admin side of it. It's probably like back then it was probably, because remember it was permadeath, which means that if you died, you would be sent to the next generation, right? So by third generation, fourth generation, it just became kind of, it started to peter out at that point, right? I feel like Gen 1 was a solid generation. Gen 2 learned from the mistakes of Gen 1 and got better. And then generations after that ended up just kind of suffering from the losses kind of thing, right? Like there was a lot of loss at those points. And a lot of the folks that it's not that they're bad at the game, because they weren't. There were some of the Gen 3 and beyond that were really good at the game. It's just that there was a little bit more not accident prone. It's just like, yeah, it becomes like somewhat unfortunate to a degree. But yeah, I really liked my time at the blood drive. I got my screenshots and stuff. I remember it fondly. I kind of should have uploaded that as VODs if I did. I'm pretty sure I didn't, because I didn't know the highlight trick that I know now. If I'd known the highlight trick that I know now, I would have uploaded all the VODs. All of the VODs would be uploaded. But unfortunately, I didn't. I learned it until later. Of how to properly parse things through the sides. With having minimal effect on my stuff. So, you know, you live and you learn. It's fine. It's not the first time I've lost a ridiculous amount of stuff anyways. Because when my computer blue screened and I lost all those months and months of VODs, like, I wasn't sad about it. A little bit, maybe, but it happens. And I remember those times fondly. Maybe not with a crystal clear memory, but with enough of a memory that I'm content. I got to enjoy those times in the moment. And sometimes not enjoy them as well. Because there was times where there was frustration, I'm sure. And challenges to overcome. Yeah, Gen 2 definitely was able to take some of the best strategies from Gen 1 and not make the same mistakes that Gen 1 was making. Which is one of the that shows generational growth, is because Gen 2, I feel Gen 2 was more successful than Gen 1. However, Gen 1 was still doing good, and Gen 1 would have had Louisville all locked down. So I feel like they were equivalent generations, but that Gen 2 had more knowledge to build on and was able to use that knowledge to an advantage and thus achieve something faster. Once again, no knocks to the other generations, and I know that I'm like not talking about Gen 3 or Gen 4, but no offense to those generations, but they were just there wasn't as much care in those ones by the time people got into them, kind of, you know what I mean? Because the release of Gen 2 was really good. But 3 and 4 ended up being kind of, not afterthought, but like there wasn't as much care in them, you know what I mean? There wasn't as much love in them. They didn't, the players that went there, heart wasn't fully in Gen 3, you know? Not quite like Gen 2, where if you went into Gen 2, it was your second chance. It was your, I'm gonna do this, my heart's there, right? Gen 3, it just didn't hit that same mark. Same with Gen 4. And it was really evident in Gen 4. But that's the thing for multiplayer servers. We knew going in that it wouldn't last for like an eternity. We knew that it was going to only be a few months at most. Because or at least that's how my impression was. And when it came to a close, I was a bit wistful. Like there was part of me that wanted it to keep going, but at the same time I knew that it wouldn't be a wise decision for it to keep going because of the amount of pressure it was putting on Lamprey at the time, as well as the amount of just it wasn't good to keep it going. Yeah, that would have been cool to see the generations meet. Yeah, it had to go. It had to. Now, alternatively, somebody could have taken it over back then, sort of like we did with the rat race. Somebody could have done that back then. That said, though, I don't know if it would have had the same effect as the rat race had, for example. Because rat race is a little bit different, you know? Not quite the same. Yeah, even people had to take breaks on those servers too, on the server as well. Yeah, some folks really were, right? And the same for the rat race. That's why I'm splashing in variety, especially for myself. And then also, I know that I have work-related stuff that I got to get done, as well as I'm gonna try and make like preparations, right? Because eventually, not that the rat race is going anywhere, because it's not. We're actually intending on doing either a rat race 2.0 or a rat place multiplayer, which would be fun. Yeah. Well, I mean, I almost died in the initial of the rat race. Could you imagine how big, how much of a change that would have had on the everything had I died in the beginning? Because there was a close call that happened in the early game of the rat race that folks maybe will have forgot about, but I can show it on the map kind of because it's Louisville is part it was so we were here, right, in our gated community. This was all mostly sealed with furniture that we had run and put everywhere. We sealed it all, and we were getting ready to do our first transition to go over here, right? This area wasn't walled off yet. This was open still, and then this section here was. Anyways, I had an escort that was escorting me and a couple of the other folks across from here with all of the cooking equipment. So I was encumbered, big time encumbered. I couldn't move fast. I had to walk along this route, and it doesn't look like very far, but you got to remember there was time 16. It was a time 16 server. Yeah, if I ended up dying in the mansions at any point, it would have probably changed things a little bit. Spiros would have still been alive to carry the cooking squad, but I would have been long gone and into Gen 2 when it was released, right? So it was going to be interesting if that alternate reality were to happen. Like I said, I'm not big on what ifs, but it is an interesting train of thought to think, because I did spend like a sizable portion of time because it coincidentally that server was released during the few weeks that I had a reprieve. So like it wasn't a vacation, but it pretty much was a vacation where I had a few weeks where I could spend like 12 hours a day on the server, and it was fun, and I had a blast cooking food, sometimes more. Maybe even 18 hours. I don't remember. It was lengthy hours though on the server, just grinding, cooking, making meals for everyone. It was really, really fun. But yeah, it could have been very, very interesting. It makes you wonder what would have happened had you not wandered, like, had you and Aurora not wandered into those foraging instances. Remember the forage accidents? If it didn't happen, if you had a little more focus at the time, what would have happened? You would have survived. Then what? Well, we would have had more food in like pull, but you might have gone in a different direction. It's interesting to think about sometimes. Those are good times, though. Three onion with chive, violet, and 2 egg. 3 egg. Ribbit. Thank you. Yeah, there was a lot of people that died. Djax, if I wonder what would have happened if Djax had managed to stay like ahead in the earlier game, if he would have rallied people a little bit more for the front lines, because he was already working on that. I would have changed things quite considerably. I seen Djax was making his own game for fun just recently, and that was kind of cool. So maybe he'll get more into game dev. It'd be interesting if he made some games. And then he's been striking into variety as best he can, because yeah, I think he's a little frustrated with Zomboid, which is understandable in its current state. There are things that can frustrate people. I mean, myself included. The crashes and a lot of the, like, it is unstable. It's right on the tin. It's unstable variant. But, you know, I could see those things getting problematic for some folks as well. He kind of wanted sprinters on the server, I think. But I don't know if folks would have been able to handle the sprinters quite so well. There's a lot of people that don't like sprinters. Like a lot of majority, I would say, of the folks don't like sprinters. I don't mind them. I think they're okay. You'll see that majority of my content isn't with sprinters because that's my preference. That said, though, I've done my fair share of sprinter content. I think that they're all right. I feel like they're more arcadey than anything else. They're an arcade variant of Zomboid, which is fair, right? Because they're meant to be faster gameplay. They're meant to be like rough and loose, and you gotta really focus, and there goes a lot into it. That said, though, it's not quite the same as the marathon style, right? The marathon style is much slower, it's like a slow burn. It's like a candle versus like a slow burn candle versus one that's like super burns really quick and like, you know, super fast, right? Very different style. Hmm. Okay, let's carry on. Versus LA fires. Is LA on fire right now? I hope it's not. I understand the, you know, things burning and such. Because my province likes to catch fire very often in Canada. Once again, I'm not trying to dox myself or anything, but it's my province is the province that likes to be on fire. It's awkward. I wish it didn't like to be on fire. We're always on fire. Yeah, see, Australia understands. Sucks. At least they're better at dealing with it than they have been in the past. I won't always be here, though. Because when I move in with Emma, I'll be in Sweden. Eventuality that I look forward to. And then I'll work towards dual citizenship. And once I have that, ta-da! I can really be called Swedish frog then. Right? Kind of? Maybe? I'm really excited to post videos of our frogs when we finally have frogs, though. I'm sure folks will really like that. I like there are some frog channels that Emma and I watch that are that's all it is them posting videos of their frogs with little music and accompaniment. It's really cute. They always bite at the fingers of because they're hungry, right? Most of the time when they're filmed, it's like a large percentage of biting on fingers. Thank you for the wellness check. Do appreciate. I should refill my tea here in a second because it is low. It's not empty, but it's low. By the way, for those that are interested, I'm gonna mention this a couple of times, but right now I have a poll going on the Discord for the variety stuff. So it's in the poll section of the Discord. So if you want to vote, it's multi-vote, so you can vote as many of the games as you want. But it's just to gauge what folks are interested in most for variety. You know, we've had quite a lot on the channel in terms of that for the variety days, but right now it was last I looked, it was leaning vintage story actually, which is interesting to me. Um, but I've selected this particular list based on what folks have asked for in the past, so we'll see. And then I do have some active playthroughs currently, so those do play into each game depending. For Oblivion, it's the Argonian archer / conjurer. I think RimWorld is a cannibal playthrough. Where I think we've still got most of our tribe, but it's ideology going for Arco Nexus. I don't know what I would do for Vintage Story. I know that Rhett wanted to start a server recently. It's one of those things that's kind of cool. I like Vintage Story. It's a neat game. Here, we'll do a refill on my tea as soon as this day ends. Oh, managed to get a little bit of food. I like foraging over here. It's because it's a farm. That's why I like foraging here. Gets us a decent amount of stuff. I suppose I should apologize to folks that can't go on Discord, because, you know, the reason why I'm posting the poll there is that it's been one of the more comfortable places for me to post stuff like that. That said, though, I probably should start polling things everywhere, and I do intend on doing more of that sort of stuff in the future for once I'm living with Emma and we're focusing into streaming as a profession more. I have plans to make, like, you know, if we're gonna poll, we're gonna poll everybody. So like we would poll during stream, we would poll all of the different social platforms at the same time, so that it would be fair in that way. But that said, it's one of those things where it's tough sometimes, right? I don't like interacting with those other social platforms. Outside of Blue Sky has been the most positive one out of all of them. I like Blue Sky's like it's got a lot of good frog content, and I didn't really have to filter too hard to get it. Not like X/Twitter, right? I had if I want to look up frogs on there, it's not easy to get them. It's kind of annoying. Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to that stuff. We'll see how it goes. With luck, it's been, you know, because I posted the paperwork in January/December, so January to now would be a decent amount of time. But I was looking at the time frame for that stuff, and we'll see. I don't want it to be a problem. That's not good. Go and get a nut for Higgins. And a tea refill for me. Yeah, I forgot to take these and put them in the garbage. Wow. I'm leaving that slice of cake there on purpose because this was somebody's birthday and I want that to be remembered. I don't know if you can actually use this as fish bait, but I'm gonna try. Oh no, it's cooked. Cooked meats can't. At least I don't think cooked meats can. Why do I lock the door? The zombies have cognition. They can just open the door and come inside. So if by locking the door, the zombies can't just walk inside. They actually have to break the door down to come up the stairs, which means that gives me a little bit more time to react. Because if I hear the zombies breaking that door down there, or if it's too far away for me to hear, chances are they'll break it down and forget what they were doing, so they'll leave. Or they'll stay on the stairs. To which then I can react to it, right? Kind of. And if I have to, I can run back to this area, close this door, and then jump out the window. But, you know, that's why the window's open, is just in case I need to leap out the window as a safety. I don't want to do that if I don't have to, but if it's an opportunity, right? Unless doors are still bugged and have -1 health. I don't know. All I know is that the zombies can open them if so it's better that they have to stop than, you know, because then it might to give that, it might be that 1 second that matters, right? Hi, by the way, Chili. I am gonna BRB though right now so that I can go grab myself a new tea. So be right back. I win. There. I beat the timer. Most of the time I beat the timer, but sometimes I don't. Okay. How many knives in the bag? How's weight doing? 80. Nice.
You're amazing!
Thank you very much for the follow. Oops. That's a funny book title for our playthrough. That is hilarious. Spawn Loot, The Desolation. Of course. Out of all of the books it could have picked, it could have picked any book. It could have picked, like, but of course it picks that one. All right. How many? There's a lot of loose end coming up from over there. Anytime I try to go down that way, though, it crashes me. very close to the next level of short blade. It's been a while since I've seen one of those stuck in a zombie. Eeky. Oh. Oh my god. That was funnier than any rated had to be. I thought it was a short blade. So I went in to do a short blade and did a short blunt, which is wrong. That's hilarious. It's like going. It's just wrong. It. It's so funny. I can't believe that. That was great. So the metal chisel is not a short blade. It is a short blunt. I had no idea. You'd think it's a chisel. It just screams short blade to me. I don't know why. It screams short blade. But okay, it's a blunt weapon. All right. All right. Let's go. That's funny. I wonder if there's any other weapons that are like that I've never ever thought to use because I'm like, oh, they're for this weapon class. No, they're not. They're actually for a different weapon class. You just don't know it. Because that was gonna be my first usage of the metal. Like I'm like, okay, I've got enough metal chisels now. I'll use one as a short blade and see how it feels. No, you won't. Okay. Oop. I was gonna say, where's the bag? I don't see the bag anywhere. How do you get the improvised screwdriver if there's no forks? Or I suppose you'd have to metalwork, wouldn't you? Then why can't you? Can you make an actual screwdriver? It'd just be easier to metalwork with it. So you need iron chunks to turn into forks. Not impossible though. Hmm? 3. I don't want to fight 3 right now with my weakened state. Back off. Recoup a bit and then... We're so close. Maybe I should just stay away from this road for like a couple of in-game days, restock knives a little bit. let's go back off and go get some food. What are the odds of forging a metalworking chisel right after having just used one comically and thinking that it was a short blade? It's not big odds, I don't think. The game's laughing at me. I feel like I'm being made fun of by Zomboid. It's teasing me. It's like you didn't know what this was in terms of a weapon. Neither. Zomboid being mean. It's just like that whole thing where you'll find a generator mag right after you have the ability to hook up generators. You find them in mass. It's like there's like 4 or 5 back to back. It's like after finding your first one, you know, every one other than that is like extra. It's a bonus. It raises the odds in your favor of finding it once you've already found it. +5 for finding it. Could you imagine if that was actually something that existed? Hey, I mean, you already have it. You should have more for decoration. Some void. Yeah, whatever. Back off. What is it? L? Okay, it's not nearly as cold now. Pretty please, can I have some clay? Which biome are we in? The stones are extremely rare. In the birch forest. Okay. What about... is this birch forest? No. I think this is primary forest. This is birch forest, clearly. This is primary forest? Let's see. Yeah, primary forest is the one with the different colored trees. Like this. Birch forest is the one with birch trees, clearly. Not looking for hemp right now. I am currently looking for... no, not what I'm looking for. Sure, I'll take the onion. Why not? Just put them all in the bowl just to save on some space. Is the primary forest for finding stones? The stones are abundant on the road. Ooh, common mallow. Probably should pick that up. Just eat it. Stones are considered rare here, but that's not what I'm looking for. It's starting to make me question if I need to... Is there a clay? No. Clay is under stones. That is what it is under. But it's making me question it. Because I haven't seen it in so long. Clearly seasonal, or it seems like it is. More common after rain. In some very particular biomes. But it's definitely got me questioning whether or not clay exists. In these biomes. I've seen it. I've seen it in these biomes. We gotta wait for the temperature to be positive. Oh well. Hello. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a pretty good day so far. It's been good. We've been making progress. We're about to break 14,000, which is nice. Nice little milestones. I'm struggling to find clay though, which sucks. Because I wish that I had more clay available. That said though, it's not for lack of trying. I definitely have tried to get more clay. So yeah, we'll take these off for just a little bit, but we're gonna get cold. That's what's gonna happen. We're gonna be cold here soon. Just gonna wait for it to set in, then we'll put the pants back on. What is Survivor House? There's definitely some zombies over there. We can get a couple more. I'd love to put some zombies on this door. But it's a little bit odd of an angle to get that to happen. Like, it's not impossible, it's just odd angle. Because I can't see the foliage over here. I'll just leave it alone for now. Hello. Ooh. That's a few more than I thought it was. That is an interesting thing that I never thought about. Because I was briefly thinking at the beginning of that, I'm like, why would I want to spell it with more letters? I suppose. You know, so Lamprey is not going to be back for a long time. He may do the odd stream here and there, and if he does, then, you know, then it's going to be sparse, but he's gone off to join, he's joined the military. He's, you know, it's in his Discord if you were to able to go and check that out. But yeah. Yeah, no worries. If you can't join a Discord, that's the reason why Lamprey's not around. Is because, and he mentioned that he's gone off to join the military, and that he is he's doing. He was really down about it because it was his like last chance to try to join the military, and then like so he's really hoping that he could get in and get it done, and then yeah, he got in. Like so everybody shouldn't be don't be sad about Lamprey being gone. You know, be celebratory. He got what he wanted. He succeeded. And he'll be back. You know, he said he might be back around Build 43 or maybe later, depending on how long the military stuff goes. But, you know, he can always come back to streaming at some point in the future. Yeah, and I'm sure he will come back eventually once he's had his fill of his military stuff that he's been very much craving, and or you know, other stuff. I don't know the intricate details about it, obviously, but I know some stuff, and yeah, so you know, there you go. That's where he's at. in case anybody's curious on where Lamprey went. And that's part of the reason why he opted out of the rat race, actually, is because he was really hoping, and it was just taking up too much of his time. And then now he's, you know, his real life takes over. So that's why he opted out. Not to mention that the rat race was also adding extra unneeded stresses and, you know, when he really didn't need that stuff going on, you know? Extra drama and such that comes with the rat race. Just base level. But yeah, I'm sure he'll be back. At some point in the future, we will hear his voice again. And I'm happy for him. Like, I really am. I think that it's good for him. Good for him. He succeeded. He got what he wanted. But yeah, I know some people can't go on Discords and, you know, won't see those posts. Like, so it's why if folks do ask, then we've got to fill in that gap so that folks know. You know, he didn't just like disappear. He had life aspirations that he wanted to achieve, and he's achieving them. We'll see him again. They'll break that instantly. See? I want the duffel. Was Stone Knife overtaken Steak yet? No. I missed it by a little bit, but 14K. Not bad. Yeah, I know how it is to... Pretty much. Got his spring clean. I want to get that small group though that's over there down real quick. They're a little bit too close to home. I don't mind if some are around, it's just that they've got to stay in their area. And these ones won't. They'll come over where I live. Yeah, we don't want them on our lawn. That'd be awkward. Thankfully, though, we've got enough stone knives to really take care of them. Although, I very much wish we had, what's it called? Take care of you. A little bit of clay. Because just a little bit of clay right now would be helpful. Now, there is clay at McCoy Estates. I could go all the way to McCoy Estates, collect the clay, and then come back here. But it requires me to go all the way there. To make a crucible so that I can use the iron chunks, but also so that I can have a second, like I have a crucible already, but I can't use it right now without clay. Because I need clay to make the breakable clay ceramic bar ingot thingies, which cost 1 clay a piece to produce an ingot cast. It also costs the usage of matches and lighters, which we've been getting off the zombies somewhat reliably, so I'm not worried so much about that stuff. Like, I've got a lighter here, and there's a thing of matches over there, but it would give me the ability to smelt them, like smelt down some stuff, and that would be kind of nice. At least we can craft concrete. Yeah, that's true, but the stone knives that I can make currently, while fairly okay, and the bigger knives are great. I love the bigger knives when I get them. Still requires flint nodules, specifically flint nodules, to make the big ones. I have a lot of flint. I can make these knives, like a lot of them, but still, they're not quite as damaging as the metal knives. The metal knives are superior. It doesn't even need to be the hunting knives. Just the regular metal knives are great. Hunting knives are awesome too, but yeah, currently I can't do anything without a crucible. You see? And I have but I need the molds, which I do not have. And then in order to do the chunks, you need a crucible that's empty in order to do the chunks, which I have a lot of the ability to do the chunks. Like I can make a lot of the chunks. In saying that, if I did make the chunks, um, I would try not to use too many chunks, because the thing is metalworking's not really balanced really that good right now. There's a lot of infinite metal loops you can get into. So I wouldn't want to like I wouldn't mind trading a broken blade for a fresh one, right? I don't mind that. But right now it's like I can trade a broken blade for like five fresh ones. Like it's specifically if I use the clay method, right? Which is not good. That's why we put a soft limiter on it, so that we have to get rid of 5 metal items anytime we make the full crucible. Um, we didn't limit the iron chunks, but we did limit them in the sense of don't uh you know don't abuse it too much. What we can do with the iron chunks is if you bring broken metal, you can smelt that. If you bring but don't infinite make spoons and smelt them, and infinite make spoons and smelt them. Because right now it seems like there's a lot of infinite metal loops, and so it's different though if you bring spoons, make a bunch of spoons, and then turn them into shivs, and then use the shivs, break the shivs, and then smelt broken shivs. See, that would be more balanced in a way. But that said, it's too many things to remember, and we're trying to keep it simple. So it's just better to keep it simple, because then people don't have to remember like 8 million things. And don't have to feel bad if they come across an exploit if they're like, oh, well, this seems kind of cheesy. And then they have to ask about it. We don't want that, right? Mm. But yeah, we're not scrutinizing or nitpicking everything. That's not the goal of the rat race. The goal of the rat race is to try our best to avoid the exploits while simultaneously achieving these 3 impossible tasks. Which, they're not fully impossible. They take a long time. That in itself is true. And then from there it's just, putting in the time kind of thing, right? And then doing it with a not flawless execution, but fair amount of continued, it's nearly flawless. Because you need a perfect character. You need 1,000,000 kills, and you need the 13 outposts, right? The 1,000,000 kills, you'll long be combat level 10 in everything before you hit the 1,000,000 kills, unless you spend a lot of time killing with one type of weapon. Even with slow learner and reluctant fighter, on average, it takes you about 60 to 60,000 to level up a skill. So even if you took no points in any combat skill, which I'm pretty sure nobody's done, but if you were to take no points in any of the combat skills, and even no points in aiming, you could still max them all. Aiming's a little tricky, though, because you need to find ammo. But there are ways to get ammo, like the lootable basements that have their fair amounts of ammo. If you get a carton of ammo, foraging ammo, and then collecting from the fallen police officers, rangers, and anyone else who happens to have a firearm, which there's quite a few of. Like, we've got a few boxes of ammo right now. Probably enough to get at least level 5 aiming if I were to really go. Right? Yeah. Well, that, and it's also about like patience, and because imagine 1,000,000 zombies is a long time. Even the people who are the best at it right now are only in the 400 to 500k range, right? And then so many people have died. Shivas and Twist are still pushing strong, but 400 to 500k, they're nearly 50% through the kill goal. Of course, they're machines when it comes to killing stuff in the game. I still want to see them do outposts, but I know that it's not something that interests them. They're not as interested in the outpost side of it. They might not even do it. It might not be something that they're going to do. But we'll see. I hope they do, because it'd be cool to see like them be able to achieve all aspects of the rat race. Beat the whole challenge kind of thing. At this current rate, though, just because we're using knives, though, it's gonna take me in-game years to achieve similar kill scores. Like, we're about 2 years in. We're about, we're getting our kill numbers up now, and then once we're done with short blades, these are the ones that are very like where is it that are very good at killing in one tapping. They're a little bit better than the short blades in that right now. But short blades do have the added benefit of being the lightest of the weapons. So you're going to need to rest more, but you get to pull more when you're using the other weapons. And then I feel like the fastest killing weapon probably is maybe the spear, but it may be like stone sickles are powerful, but I still think that the long blades win out of everything. Once you have a high long blade skill, that the long blades have the best in terms of their overall. Because at least this is how it was in build 41. The bladed weapons, meaning short blades and long blades, used to refund some of your stamina. That was one of the things that they used to do. So they give you a little stamina, right? So short blades, when you got to level 10, you could fight endlessly in build 41. You can't do that quite as simply now. But yeah, the baseball bats are fantastic. The thing is, though, that they make you tired. A lot of the weapons make you tired real quick, right? So the trick is to get to high level fitness, high level strength, and then once you're at the peaks of those, then you can be, and you get to the peaks of your weapons, you'll really start to see the weapons flying, right? We're still only level, like, what is it, level 6 fitness. We've still got a long way to go before we hit the higher levels of fitness. We're about to break the next level of strength, though. We're only 15,000 XP away from the next level of strength. And then we get the strong trait, which the strong trait's really good. Something should be notable as well, is that some of the rat racers are doing 0 to hero. From my memory, I don't think Shivas or Twist did 0 to hero. Which is, they didn't have to. It's not part of the rat race, and I'm not throwing shade or anything because it. But if you wanted to know why there's such a discrepancy, that's part of it. Between some of the rat race runs. Zero to hero kind of hits hard on the beginning, especially if it takes you to a few months to get settled. What's my exercise regimen? I don't do one right now. Outside of when I go gain weight. When I'm gaining weight is when I do the exercise. So I go, and while I'm catching fish, I will catch fish, eat fish, and and do the exercise, because exercise doesn't count as movement, so it doesn't count towards your character's calories. So you can gain weight a lot faster if you exercise. So yeah, in Zero to Hero, it's slow going, right? And especially now that the combat is the way that it is, it's very. It takes a while to get settled on that. But then eventually you reach a point where it's comfortable. But yeah, I do all the regularity, but I start with burpees. Then after burpees, I do squats, and then I do push-ups and sit-ups. And I max all regularity. You don't need to do that, but I like to. It takes about a month to max regularity. Once you've maxed your regularity, you can do whatever exercise you want. It doesn't matter anymore. Because by the time you wake up the next morning, your exercise pain's gone. Yep, you lose regularity. Regularity is lost gradually over time. All you do to gain it back is redo the exercises. It's not particularly hard to get back. I do feel a bit bad for Higgins sometimes, how much he's had to work at his fitness and strength just to be okay. But because the previous iteration of Higgins in my head it's Higgins the second, but it's Higgins the first of the rat race. He And technically this is Higgins the 8th, but I mean it's Higgins the 7th of the rat race. But the Higgins the 2nd, he had easier time leveling his fitness and strength because he was doing baseball bats, and the baseball bats he was swinging at the enemies were like we were closer. We were closer to the enemies. We live further away from the enemies in this playthrough, or we have. So that was part of the problem. And then, on top of that, the lengthy runs every morning to get to the areas we needed to be. It's part on me for not pushing forward and making little tinier outposts ahead, like closer to the zombies. But I'm staying very far away from them on purpose, so that the cells of the zombies that I'm fighting are never really active for very long unless I'm around them. So it's very intentional, it's very careful. Like, I'm being very slow on purpose. So that I could, basically, none of the cells that I'm around are active unless I'm there. And when they are active, it's very, not short-lived active, but it is somewhat, right? Van Higgins the Terrible. This one's not Van Higgins the Terrible. I wouldn't do that. But yeah, this one would be Higgins the Eighth if we were to give them. Like, I like numerics when it comes to these kinds of things. Not if it gets too high, but because it's earlier on. The Saint. I don't know if he's a saint though. I don't know. This one is Van Higgins of Muldraw, because he's lived in Muldraw and Dixie for a long time. So even though he was in West Point, with the lore that he was being, he was in trouble in West Point. Yeah. Yeah. Known for his short blade skill. And this Van Higgins has been a little bit better about being okay with his baldness. Because we've cut his hair twice. Meanwhile, the original Van Higgins, the, Van Higgins of Rosewood, he hid his hair, his baldness under many colored wigs. Sometimes yellow, sometimes pink. Yeah, I don't know if I would want to give him like a middle. I don't know. I mean, it's hard, right? Conqueror of Muldraw? Maybe. If we get to that point. I don't want to count my chickens, because Muldraw's a beast. Muldraw is the end of many a run. So I want to beat Muldraw first before we call it a win. Have I leveled tailoring? Not yet. I think I got one level in it. It's usually tailoring something I do later. I've got a plan for tailoring though. What skills did I level in this attempt? Foraging is a must. I recommend doing a little bit of fishing before winter hit, to at least feel comfortable during winter, so that you can get through your winter. Then focus a weapon skill. Doesn't matter what it was. In my case, it was axes, actually. I did axes first, if I remember right. We did several levels into axes. I also did a little bit of long blunt and a little bit of short blunt for fun. And then we focused into short blade, and now we're level 8 short blade. But fitness and strength is important. Okay, like, did you have the books too? Because I remember leveling up tailoring took me 2 streams to level 7. And I didn't take it past that in my very first playthrough back in Apocalypse. So on these settings, it would take me probably 3 streams to reach that. Maybe that's if I focused it. And that would be me collecting clothing, bringing it over to like a water source, washing clothing, rinse, repeat. There's so many loose end zombies. But with the fast leveling perk, I would imagine it would take me quite a while, more than likely. But it's one of the reasons why I'm not worried about it right this second. Because when we do those kinds of things, we will focus into it, and I hope I have the books. Especially, the biggest books that matter are your 3, 4, and 5 books. Level 1 and 2 books, not so much. The first 4 levels of your skill trees, like of all of the perks, they're not that long. It's levels 5 through 10 that are lengthy and that you want books for. Level 5 book is the most important of every tree, like of every single one of the crafting skills, because it knocks off so much that you need for it. It like you don't have to get nearly even a fraction as much, especially for electrical, for example. Electrical, it takes the requirement of watches from something that is ludicrous. It's more zombies, like it's something like, I can't remember right now what the number is, but I did the math on it one point, and I had it. I did have the numbers for it, but it was something ludicrous, like 500,000 or a million or something like that. It was crazy. It was crazy big number. Now, it may be easier now than it was. Maybe there's easier methods of leveling these skills now. I don't know. What I do know, though, is that doesn't matter. The multiplier on the level 5 book is times 16. That's huge on anything. So if you get the level 5 book, it's super important. It'll cut your time by like a lot of having to level. The level 4 book is times 12. Or sorry, it's the 4th book. Volume 4 is but yeah, it's so much so that the with the books, level 9 to 10 is easier to level than level 7 to 8. And level 8 to 9. You have, like, it's easier to level. Because the XP is so good with the book. Do you really need electrical above 3? Yes. At electrical level 5, you can move commercial ovens, and you gain the ability auto-learn of a skill that just came out recently. The ability to make the prison lighter. Oh, so patches got ruined. You don't want to do patches anymore. Yeah, the devs killed patches from what I heard. Because they, for some reason, I guess they just didn't like that method of leveling. You can make the improvised lighter with no skill? Yeah, but it requires level 5 to learn the recipe. See? You have not learned this recipe. You don't get the recipe till level 5. And then there is one reason you would want to go to level 10 electrical, and that is at level 10 electrical, every level of electrical gives you better repair to the generators. Like, so, in theory, being level 10 is better. You must have got it from a magazine. Well, if you're level 4 and you have the innovative skill, then that's fine. That you learn it at level 4. Lots of recipes taught one level earlier. If you got it through a recipe, I'd like to know which book it was that gave it to you. But here, I actually haven't looked at the new book, so I might be able to discern which one it is. I look at magazines. Maybe it's this one, Prison Defense? You'd figure it'd be one of these ones. The cheapskate John Spiral. One of these ones, right? Secrets of the Outback Outlaws. I don't know. I don't know which one it would be. You have the Prison Defense Mag? I don't know if this is the right one, but we could always check. I could go into debug on another thing, but I'm not. I don't care enough to go and look. I don't have the recipe right now, so, and I don't have any hope of finding that magazine. So it's like, if I found that magazine, then that would be great. I'd be really happy, because then I could make my own lighters. The only thing that would be holding me back would be batteries from zombies. I need to go get food. And do I need calorie food? I'm gonna try and fish in that lake if it's possible. I saw a YouTube video that recommends the neck guard to level your tailoring. I mean, probably. There's a lot of them, probably. I'm sure that there's a lot of um, faster leveling methods for it as well. Like making clothes, ripping them up, making clothes, ripping them up. There's always power leveling ways to do things. Yeah, they said they might have got it in a magazine. Do you know if there's a magazine offhand, like, for it? I figure prison defense, but I don't know. Like I said, if I had to guess, I would say prison defense. Or the other one that's like one of the prison mags is what I would guess. But I don't know offhand. I know for sure you can auto learn it at level 5 with electrical though. Level 4 if you have innovative. Innovative. It is prison defense? Okay, kudos. I had a guess. That would be my guess. It was my I would have guessed either that one or one of the top ones. You think you looted it from an escaped zombie? Maybe. I mean, magazines do appear sometimes on zombies. I think that should be fine. Yeah, we got one of the big mushrooms too. I shouldn't have picked up the eggs. I don't want to have to go cook them. Just gonna go throw them in the compost. No, wrong way. Ooh, duffel. I like duffel bags. What do you mean that they're pointless to collect? Some of them are still good weapons to fight with earlier on. They fall off later. Weapons like the steak knife, the carving knife, but they're still okay as short blades. They're not the be-all and end-all, but they'll lengthen your short blade combat for a while. I stopped using these as weapons, but technically these are actually really good to pick up because they are these are short blades that you can melt down. Even if you break them, you can melt them down. But they just suck for combat overall. They're slightly, if you look at the combat stats of like all of these other ones, you can see that this one's got like almost double the damage, and that's just of that the improved screwdriver, right? Um, Same for a lot of them. The steak knives also can be used to carve, if I remember right. So you should bring those back and use them for carving. That said, you are right. They can't be smelted down though, for reasons. Maybe there's not enough metal on the steak knife to smelt down. I don't know the reason. Maybe they just didn't add it to the list because they missed it. I feel like we did good. I'm trying to think of other metal weapons that you can't really smelt down. Those are the two that come to mind, though, is the carving knife and the... Oh, also the garden trowel. So garden trowel, not the garden fork, the garden trowel. The steak knife. The old-fashioned can openers can't, but they're just fun to use. So I use them anyways. I think I'm the only one that does, though. I don't know anyone else who uses those, but you know, maybe somebody else will start using them, as they are fun to use. There's still bait on there. Nice. Hello. Oh yeah, no, I agree with that. If you've got higher level metalworking, use the good weapons. Don't use garbage. If you can use weapons that one tap, use weapons that one tap. I don't have the luxury. I'm stuck with no clay. I have to go and if I want to use the good weapons, I have to travel across the map to collect pieces of an items that I can then use to produce these items. It's just it's a lot of work. And that's why I'm not doing it right now. Yeah, we are going to do that though. It is gonna happen where I am gonna make the trek to McCoy Estates. It's a lengthy trek though, and the reason why I don't shortcut the trek is because I don't know what's in those woods. And I'm nervous about it. Because if part of Moldra wandered into those woods, there would be no knowing until I'm there in the woods with the zombies, and I wouldn't be able to run away, is the problem. Because all they would have to do is close in behind me, and then that's it. I'm trapped, and I can't get out. And then, trapped in the woods with the zombies wouldn't be a good idea. So it's best I walk the long way, which is tiring. I'll cook this fish in the morning, and then I think we probably are going to make that trek. Because we're coming up close to 78, 77. I am going to want to be gaining my weight back. So... And almost like on cue, the game is like, yeah, go. So this is gonna become a tropical storm. So I'll take my water. I'm gonna slice this, and we're gonna use this as bait in the future. Moving out. Let's go. Throw that on my back. I did not clear Irvington on time 16. I did clear Irvington on Apocalypse, though. I actually almost wrapped the map on Apocalypse. I was very close. When did we die? We died on Ekron. But, I did, what was it? We did Rosewood, we did the prison, we did Marchridge, we did Muldraw, we did Muldraw's surrounding area, we did West Point, we did Phallus Lake, we did Echo Creek, and everything below this line, including Guns Unlimited and the Steelworks, Irvington included. I also did go and do the resort in this outside area as well. We did pretty much the entire map on Apocalypse outside of the only areas that I did not do were Akron, Brandenburg, Riverside, and then, you know, Louisville and across the bridge. So, Valley Station, etc. So, I'd say we did it. It was exactly 50% of the map on Apocalypse. And I don't remember what my kill numbers were at that point. It goes pretty well. I remember, though, that on Apocalypse, with the Higgins skills that we had, I was able to do Muldra and West Point in 2 streams, 3 streams. 2 streams. Like, so we were able to just, like, destroy entire towns, because these ones are more condensed, but there were, you know, we would go into town, we set up an outpost, and we just wipe it out. And it went real quick. The reason why we died is because we took a scratch on a bad spear attack. Apocalypse is 1.6? I have no idea. I just know that it's not times 16, not even close. And it's going to take me a while to clear Muldra. Especially because I'm leaving again. But the race goes well. We're making progress. But I am going to go all the way to McCoy Estates this time to get my clay. We haven't had any luck foraging clay. I mean, I could try and forage clay now. Yeah, what if we get clay now, though, on my way out? That would be hilarious. Go ahead, game. Do it. You give me clay right now, I won't leave. I'll stay. Give me clay. You're worried about Higgins' bald spot? Actually, Higgins' bald spot is just permanent. That's it. It's been his hair always. It's just he wears wigs. That's why his hair goes Fabian sometimes. But this Van Higgins is much more confident and, you know, than his predecessors. The other versions of Higgins. Yeah, we're not lucking out here. Come on, please, just a little bit of clay. No. There was no clay around the lake. There was 3 spots of clay, but I dug them all up. So that was 24 clay, but that gave me enough to like get started. But remember, the kiln takes 20, right? So that left me with 4 clay left over, which I made a crucible with. Okay, so that leaves me with now 2 clay left over, right? So I'd be able to make 2 bars right now. That's it. I need to be able to make more. I need to make also another crucible. Plus, it's been almost a full month since I've seen the raccoons and the rabbits, so I probably should go and look at them just briefly. Could you imagine, like, cat-looking, like, or would they be cat-looking? I don't know. Dog-looking? Raccoon-looking? Rabbits? Are raccoons bears? Are they dogs? Are they cats? I don't remember what they are. I think they're pandas, right? So they're bears? So they're dogs? I don't remember. I was never really into raccoons as a thing. Aside from, like, I think they're neat, but that's it. Like, I don't know anything about them. Trash panda. How much clay is here? Do I have to leave, like, how much is this? 15 clay. I mean, it's a good start. So I don't have to go all the way back. I should still go all the way back to the Spiffos at the very least and check on the rabbits and the raccoons. Because as much as leaving them for a month or two is not, like, I mean, it's not going to be the end of the world. I should at least make sure their water's good. I should make sure they've got a little food. It would be a little awkward if I come back there and all the animals are dead. It would be very awkward. I don't want them to be dead. I want them to be alive. It would also be awkward if I get back there and it's rabbit apocalypse and the cell is exploding because there's so many rabbits there. Oh my. There's the zombie. Can you come over here? Come on. Come on, figure it out. Let's go. You're my friend now. Yes. We're going to go on an adventure together, okay? Hands in the air, alright? Yeah. There you go. Yeah, like a bunny fountain. Just explodes. Friend wants a hug? I don't know. We just met. That's a little awkward. Yeah, he's just too slow. He's slowing me down. And Higgins returns to being a lone wolf. Cheep, cheep. Yeah, just keeping the animals alone is enough to cause it. We'll see what happens when I get over there. What do you mean no car yet? I've got several cars. I'm too scared to get in one and drive around. It's times 10 vehicle engine loudness. I could get in one and drive very slowly, but I've got Speed Demon. Do you know how far these cars would pull? Here, I'll give you an example, just of this vehicle here. This car has a pull range of 705, right? So, 705, and then remember Speed Demon, and then remember that weird bug that happens where sound is amplified, and you're going to be pulling, like, over 1,000 tiles away from wherever this car is. Right? For point of reference, 1,000 tiles is... What's a good point of reference? Well, I could go with my favorite one, which is this, but that's not 1,000 tiles. This is actually, so this is a smaller distance. You see here to McCoy, that's less than, that's like a helicopter on this mode. The car would be like halfway through Moldra. Like, arguably on radius? Yeah, something like that. It would be like half the map. Yeah. It would pull like from here, we would definitely be pulling all of West Point and all of Moldra. Without question. All of that would be coming in. From here, yeah. It would pull at least this much of the map. So, yeah. Basically, I would be challenging West Point at Crossroad, or like I would be doing, yeah, challenging West Point and Moldra together at Crossroads, which is you know, not something I want to do. Hello, I'm here to rescue you. I'm gonna have raccoon apocalypse, I think. They're making really cute noises. I rescued you from yourselves. your shoes? You know, they aren't Western boots. I was thinking about giving Higgins a beer, and then I thought about, nah, he doesn't need a beer right now. Like a treat. Alright, we're already here, though, so... yeah, we're gonna head down. We did check on the animals, like I said we would, so... Raspberry Fanta sounds really nice. I don't think I've ever had any Fanta that's not orange. Although, maybe... have I had grape Fanta? No. I don't think I have. I think I only had orange Fanta. But I think I had one other flavor of Fanta, but I don't remember what it was called. Is it orange Fanta? I don't remember. I might have had grape. I don't know about strawberry or pineapple. I don't think I've had those. I definitely had orange, and I might have had grape. Yoink. The animations with the bag sometimes is hilarious, or just something else. You gotta imagine that that if that bag was full, right? This bag is full of stuff, right? Because you're looting. You would be getting more of a workout with the bag arm than you would with the other arm. Because the way that they do it. They swing and then they lift the bag. So it'd be like, you know. Three bullets. One, two. No wonder their strength goes up so fast. One and two and three and four and one and two and three and four. You only get it once in a while. I wouldn't get it because it's yeah, Emma's allergic to pineapples. I'm not allergic to pineapples, and I've had some fairly decent pineapple flavored things over time. However, I wouldn't want to, you know what I mean? I wouldn't want to keep pineapple related things around if Emma's allergic. So I would opt out of the pineapple flavored stuff. Just cause, yeah. I don't want to cause. It makes him a poof if I remember right. Like Emma gets puffy. What's my opinion on Subway? Eat fresh, I guess, would be what my brain says. Gotta love that marketing. They're really good at that. That said, I guess the cookies are my favorite part of Subway. I really like macadamia. That said, though, I can make my own cookies, so I don't need Subway to give me cookies. That said, their sandwiches are, they're okay. I heard rumors about their cold tables not being kept at the proper temperatures a lot of the time. But, you know, that would probably vary from location to location, depending. You know, it all depends on who owns the store, you know. Because even though it's a franchise, most of the time the way that franchises work is that they there is someone who owns the store, and they pay part to the franchise as well. So like it's like, you know, they're the store owner, but you know, franchise owns part too. So it's like it's neat, kind of, but you know. You miss Quiznos? Yeah, some franchises do that to shop owners a lot. It also depends on who's like their chain of command and who's there. Like it depends. It really definitely does depend on chain of command at that point and how they approach certain instances. Because I've seen it go both ways. I've seen the shop owners claim extra, and but then I also have seen the other side of the spectrum where the franchises screw over the shop owners. It's just it you know it can go both ways, and generally it does. In terms of actual food, though, like in quality, I think it's you know it's okay. It depends. It's good fast-ish food, I guess. But I don't know. I'm not really keen on those things. Making your own food is better. 'Cause if you make your own food, you get to make whatever you want. You know, you make sure you have your ingredients and make your own food. It's not like it takes that long to make yourself something good, and there is a bonus thing as well that I stand by this, and it's no matter what you cook for yourself, it will always have a +5 happiness bonus to you because you made it yourself. So even if you made something that's not particularly appetizing, you know, it's edible, but it's not great, you'll still be happy to eat it because, well, you made it. It's yours. You did it for yourself. You know, +5 happiness. I made this. You know, it's maybe it's not the, you know, a gourmand worthy of meal, but you know, it's mine. Sometimes you do though. Sometimes you can go above and beyond for yourself. Home of the Mayo Whopper. That sounds. That's fancy sauce as well, in case anyone's curious. Ketchup and mayo. It's very easy to make. I heard a lot of those things are easy to make. There's other sauces. It's the most unnatural. Trying to think of my favorite combination of things in terms of the sandwiches. There was a place that I remember that was like it was like a mom and pop shop. So it was a little mom and pop shop. They made the best sandwiches ever, and they were gargantuan sandwiches. I don't think they're open anymore, unfortunately. But they made fantastic sandwiches. Like they were so big and so delicious. And you could get any and the thing is you could go in and you could ask them, "Hey, can I get the special?" And the special would change every day and it would be whatever they want to make for you, and they would surprise you with different things. And then, you know, they would ask you if you're allergic to anything, obviously, because they want to make sure that I don't accidentally, um, you know, injure their customers. But it's super duper cool, and it was awesome. But also you could make your own. Like you could choose the stuff, and their setup was so good. It was like it was just like this little hole in the wall kind of place, you know, this little hole in the wall where you could get a sandwich, and it was really really big. So what you could do is they cut the sandwiches into fours because then you could and the way that they had their packaging was brilliant because their packaging was set up so that you could seal the sections, and then you could take like the next day kind of for lunch. Like it was meant like because they knew the people, that's what people were doing. And you'd take them for lunch the next day, and then you'd have like see people would come there every day and get a sandwich, and then you know they wouldn't come the next day, but they would come, you know, the following day and get another sandwich. Is just I don't think they went out of business because of COVID. I think they went out of business because the owner passed away, which is one of those things that is kind of, you know, it's sad, but also they did what they loved. You got to respect that. Hopefully there's people out there that do that. Do what you love. Passion comes through. And here we are. Okay. I need two of you. And a sack of sand. We leveled up pottery, don't worry. That's it. Nobody can stop us now. Our pottery's leveled. Throw the pottery at the zombies. We've got this. The zombies will never see it coming. Be careful. Van has jars. Jars and bowls made of clay. Isn't that close enough to qualify, or literally none of these things are still in there? Okay, cool. That's good then. I'd prefer that. Pretty sure you require tabs, right? One second. This says 32 uses. How many? And this is... So this requires 2 full crucibles in order to work? I think. So I gotta give up, so we give up 1 iron here, and then I gotta give up 4 more irons here in a second. Okay, so that's that. This should qualify that. Now I just need the mold. And I can make an anvil. But I gotta sacrifice 4 more of these. Good enough. Okay, so now we need the wooden anvil mold and the press. Build. Do I already have the press? No, I don't. Okay, so press. What? I have the... Oh, no, I only have 3. Grab 1 more. Would you say that this is impressive? But I need 4. At least you don't need nearly as much metal as before in order to make an anvil. That's kind of nice. Still need a decent amount of clay, though. How much clay do I need in order to do this? 8 clay. There's a decent chunk of my clay. I don't intend on using the anvil to make anything that isn't the advanced forge as well. I'm gonna skip the simple forge. Which just means that I have to wait until we get... One of those deer will wander into me at one point, and it'll be the last mistake that that deer ever makes. Because I will turn it into an advanced forge is what's gonna happen. At some point, it'll make that mistake. I just have to be patient. I need to be very careful when I make these, but also we did successfully create you, didn't we? How heavy are you? Of course you weigh 40. Why wouldn't you? I pick you up now. I should be able to comically drop that on a zombie and just watch that zombie die. And it should make a clonk noise. Like from a window or something. You know what I mean? You should be able to pick it up in both hands. It could be the worst weapon ever. But it would just be very amusing to just drop it out of a window on a zombie. Looney Tunes style. Building an immunity to salt. No, that's not how that works. I'm building an immunity. Nope. Not how that works. False. When I get fast food, which is sometimes I go for like a burger, like that's very plain, and like sometimes fries, sometimes I get dip, stuff like that. But I don't try to like go out of my way to get that stuff a lot. It's quick, but it's not good. This one, I think. Mm. Is that the action for... more than likely. I wonder, can we... So, somebody was saying something about being able to break these down. Can we? It says it will break if you use for blacksmithing crafts. I've just been smashing them, or like deleting them. But can we actually use these in anything? Like, can you break them? Can you whack them on trees? No, they're broken. You can't equip them. I don't think that you can. But it would be cool if you could get clay back somehow and make another one, kind of. No, they are broken and I want to repair them, but I don't think they're used for anything at the moment. Okay, we need to go sleep. And currently I'm looking at making a handful of metal. I wanted to make sure that we had the anvil out of the way so that I, you know, so at least the anvil's done and I don't have to think about it. Now all of the metal is gravy. Because we've got both the anvil and we've got the little, like, bucket pieces already. So now we're good on that front. Alright, what would I like to do with these? I want to make more halves, I think. Oh, I forgot that we need to sharpen them. Oops. It's a good thing that I'm... We just need... where am I putting this? It can go... I don't really have a clue where I'm putting this. I need more planks. I need more wood. I need to eat food in game because I'm gonna starve if I don't. There's so many things I want to do all at once, and it's being interrupted by the fact that Higgins has needs. Goodness. Just please. Let's look for mushrooms. You shove the mushrooms in your face, and you stop needing mushrooms. These are berries. Good enough. There you go. Alright, eat the berries, and that's good enough, right? Dang it, Higgins, come on. I'm busy trying to craft stuff, and he's like getting hungry and stuff. Oh, ice cream sounds good. I want ice cream. What is your favorite kind of ice cream? I'm partial to vanilla when I'm like just mostly vanilla, but I do like to get different kinds just to try them. So like I don't mind getting like the rainbow whatever or anything like different that I've never had before. It's just most of the time if I'm forced to pick I'll take vanilla first and but I'll also take some of the other kinds. The mystery kinds. You like cookies and cream? Cookies and cream's a good choice. I like that one as well. Are you Zeddy? I don't know what that means. What's a Zeddy? Is that like a teddy bear, but like a zombie? Hopefully you're having a good day, by the way. I'm gonna shout you out because I can. Yes. You get shouted out. Hopefully you're having a good day. Yep, too late. It's already been done. Can't stop me. How's Half-Life been treating you? As well as all other games that you've been playing. Get ready for a non-setup schedule at the moment. That's awesome. Welcome to my world. That's this one. Here, check it. There. You see? Look, look, look. Welcome to my world. Very eventually, though, I want to set up a schedule. I so want to set one up, but I can't. I can't right now. Although I do stream similar times-ish, the thing is I don't always have time, and sometimes I can't. And, like, eventually, one day I will. One day we'll have a schedule. It will happen. I believe. It's just, now I don't have one. Ooh, coconut's a good choice. I forgot coconut's a flavor. Hooray for coconut. You should probably just put it up. I'm intending when I do start doing the schedule of things is actually posting it everywhere so that folks know. And I'm live these times. And then I'm gonna do it weekly. My plan is to do a weekly schedule. And or if I plan things to go a little bit further, like it depends. Like I mean I wanna make sure that it's weekly and that also we include things that are spontaneous as well. So like for example, if we decide to do a charity stuff or any of that stuff. And no, I'm never going to post on TikTok. At least I don't think I am. I'm too like disjointed from that place. It's just it's not for me. I go on there and it's so chaotic and it's just not for me. I can't. And I've seen frog videos that you have to watch on TikTok, but I can't. The it's too it's not for me. It's built for other people. It's not for me. I would like if anything, if we end up going on TikTok, it wouldn't be per se for me. It would be like if it was the direction we were going and at the time I happened to have somebody who was doing the TikTok stuff for me. Like so if we went the direction of an editor, which is possible maybe, if we ever get to that point where I can pay somebody to be an editor because I don't want to do them to do it for free. If I ever get to that point where I can pay an editor, then sure, I might consider it. For that person would be their duty would be to put TikToks on the TikTok. But as you can imagine by my, verbiage on the topic and it's not for me. I'm not good at it. Although some of my clips are phone-ish clips, I guess, because you got the little picture of my expression on things, and as much as it's like there are two expressions that I have currently, and that's kind of me in a nutshell for the most part. Although we may get more emotion later, there are two expressions that I do generally have. There's content, which is this expression, and then there's frustrated, which is this expression. These are my two modes for the most part as a human being, as is generally the case. But yeah, I don't get like this very often. It's not for me. It's why folks wouldn't know that I can do this unless they've been around and seen this. Yeah. It's just like folks probably wouldn't know that I can actually use both my arms. But, you know, wave at people. Clap my hands. Stuff like that. I can yawn. You've been here for ages and you didn't know I had arms. Yeah. I have legs too, but people don't see those. Yeah. The arms disappear. Yeah, they do because so my model is a 2D model. It doesn't it's not actually it's not 3D. I know it seems like it's 3D, but it's not. Yeah, no, not very many people would realize it. They, I seem so 3D, don't I? Oh no, I'm not saying that it's bad. It's just that it'll blow some people away that I'm a 2D model, especially if you know stuff, right? That said, though, the base for my tuber is something that we might expand on eventually and do like a 2.0 that's more sort of unique. We'll see. It's one of those things later on, like way later. I need to focus on moving in with Emma first. That's the priority. And then from there, I can then consider other things. I don't think I have a command like that, but you've been around for a while. I know that much. But, you know, the reason why I don't have a command like that is because I don't like that sort of stuff to be a contest. Because yes, there are some folks that have been around for an eternity, but you guys don't need to compete about it, right? I know you've been around a while. My bot's not that kind of bot either. My bot is actually a custom bot called Nucleus Bot, which is created by my moderator, the Elm. He made the bot. It says on your profile. I don't know what that means. Oh, you mean I can click their name and it says right here? Following since... Yeah, okay. I get you. I mean, if you wanted to find out that way. Yeah, I didn't even know that existed, that you could do that. What does it say about me? Hello. What does it say on my name? Oh. Let's not look at that. I'm old. let's not look at that. I'm old and I'll continue to be old. Let's not look at that, please. Awkward. I can't delete it either. It's my own. When I said that I was from that I've been streaming for 12 years, I wasn't lying about it. It's not what would be my benefit to lie about something like that? It'd be silly. I don't like to lie about those kinds of things or about things in general. It's just not worth it. I'm not going to remember the lies and it's just not worth. It's better just to be honest. Plus, why get in trouble twice, you know? Alright, let's go see if we can gorge ourselves on fish. Out of that lake that is to the south. I didn't know about that age thing being there though. Like I knew bots could see your age. I didn't realize that it's like on the account. Well, I mean it makes sense that it's on the account, but you know what I mean, like that it's displayed everywhere. How much damage does the fishing rod do, I wonder? Is it a long blunt weapon? I think it's a long blunt weapon. It's not terrible damage. Arguably, the fishing rod does about the same amount of damage as like one of the one of the worst knives. Not like really bad, but like not. What's a zombie? Sorry, squirrel moment. Play other games other than Zomboid. Sometimes you're gonna see some variety here in the near future, and if you guys want, you can go in the Discord and vote in the poll because you can choose the game, kind of. That's if you're able to. If you're not able to, I do intend on having other ways to vote in the future for the people that can't go on Discord. But for now, Discord's the easiest method. Um, Similar to later on, like once I moved in with Emma and everything's settled, then we'll start discussing those other means. So like, I'll probably post polls around for folks to vote and stuff on things we do. But yeah. I don't like the location of these oh no, that's okay. If you it's fine. It just means that you don't get to vote on the poll. That's all. I understand that like sometimes you're not going to be able to, especially for some folks. Like either you're in too many discords or alternatively it's against the law in your country. So, if it's against the law in your country, it is what it is. Eventually we'll have like polls on Blue Sky, Twitter and all that, right? We'll do that later. That way everyone can vote. And same for we'll do one during the streams too. That way I can kind of do a full engagement and understanding. My full purpose is the music thread, and you gave up on it. All right. Well, I mean, I did listen to your songs. It was good. You brought enjoyment. It only allows 100? 100 what? It only allows 100 servers? Oh, yeah. Wait. What? I have way more than 100 servers. When did they implement that? Oh, okay. Never mind. I have a really old version of Nitro, and I refuse to change my plan at all. So, as anyone would understand, when your plan is grandfather, like I mean really really old, when you have an old plan, the old plan doesn't update for the new stuff. It retains its old value, and it is just as good. They do try to tempt you. They tempt you for with a bunch of all these shiny bells and whistles. But the thing is the old plan's price is like locked in, and it is still just as good as pretty much any of those bells and whistles that they try and throw at you. most of the time you should keep your old plan. Like, it's very much how it goes. Unless you're gonna get like a lot of good stuff out of it, which they haven't offered me anything that's particularly interesting yet, so I'll continue on trudging on my old plan. But it's the same with phone plans. I don't upgrade my phone unless it's free. And my phone is like usually very old. Like it's an old model. It's the older brand. It does suck though sometimes. Cuz they don't really make things like they like to last, and I hope they go back to that at some point. You pay full price for the phone? I don't pay full price for the phone because I always go back a few models and they give me the discounts. Hi Barry, I'm progressing. I'm trying to fish here, but it's not going well. It's just it's too small a pool. It's part of the problem. Plus, there's zombies here. I don't know if I want to fish around with the zombies. You see? Yeah, I don't know if I want to fish with zombies around. I'm gonna leave. Maybe I'll kill them. And then we'll leave. Yeah, I want to gain weight proper because we're losing weight too rapidly. I can't get the values I need here. I can make a floating raft with the zombie corpses. Yeah, there's not enough fish here, and I mean I can't make chum yet. I'm not high enough fishing. I thought I was level 6 fishing, but I am not. Before we head out, though, and bail from this area. Yeah, it's not because what I could do is I could scoot around this outward edge and go down here and then there like that, and then check these three lakes out. But it's annoying. Plus, it's undiscovered territory. Yeah, I'm gonna just bail. It's just easier to level up the. You can do that and more. Zombie corpse mod. You stitch the zombies together and they make boat. Yeah, you're fine. So long as you get the notifications, you're good. I'm not expecting everybody to be in the Discord. And then when we start doing the polls everywhere, then that'll be a little easier for people. But for right now, it's just easier for me to just consolidate the polls to one place. That's easier. For rotten meats and bones. Could you imagine to get bones off of the zombies for carving? I wouldn't even care about the meat. It's 63 in Tennessee. Um, it's not that hot here. I don't. It's kind of cool here, but then again, I frequently sit next to a computer that's blasting heat all the time, so I don't often. I kind of overheat because of that a little. Like it depends on what games we're playing or how long I've been playing, or because sometimes Zomboid can get up there in terms of its capability on making my graphics card hate life. Please stop with the zombies. There's just too many of them. It's not my fault, Zomboid. It's not. It'll be 101. So it'll be like a how-to on heat. You'll be taught an instructional. Heat 101. Coming soon to a place near you. It sounds like a radio station. Are you ready to listen to 101 FM? What would it be on Zomboid? It'd be like... There's one of the radio stations. I remember. WBZ-FM. With all your post-apocalyptic needs. And here we have Jerry. Jerry's in to talk with us today about what it's like to be a zombie. Ah, that's very fascinating, Jerry. Are you hungry? Rah. No, Jerry, don't. Ah. Interesting, Jerry. Yeah. Jerry the zombie. Not to be confused with Kevin the zombie or Roz. Roz works at the bank. Kevin works at the Gigamart, and Kevin also works at a few other locations that I've seen. But Jerry doesn't. Jerry just wanders the apocalypse, going to radio stations. He's there for the free lunch. Groans in trees. Hottest that you've ever experienced was 48 degrees Celsius. The hottest I've ever experienced isn't fair because we were in a building. The AC was consistently breaking, and there was an industrial oven on, cooking us in the building. It was awful. Worst experience ever. The interior temperatures were ludicrous. I remember that would like and eventually though we got a commercial fan and I ran all the way to what was it I ran like a couple of blocks to get bags of ice to come back, and then we put them behind the commercial fan. Immediate drop of 7 degrees, and you could feel it. You could feel those degrees drop And it was nice. But yeah, it got so hot because it was so hot, the air conditioner was like, "Yep, I'm done," and it would just cut out. And then you'd have to go and turn it back on. But of course, because it's so hot, the air conditioner was like, "Yeah, no, I'm not doing this," and it would shut off again. So you had to keep checking on it to make sure it would turn back on. And it was too hot to keep it going. Thankfully, though, we were able to shut off that oven sometimes, but. That it was brutal. I wouldn't go back to that. There's no way. It was probably the hottest I've ever been in. That said, the coldest I've ever been in, I technically wasn't in it though. But the coldest I've ever been around is in like, was the -60s, was it -60s, -70s? I can't remember. It was Yukon though, if I remember right. It was really, really cold. And I wasn't allowed out. I was told not to leave the vehicle. It's like instant freeze though. It is like super cold. I might be exaggerating it based on nostalgia though. So and I would walk 500 miles. It's too far. Crossbow skills from it. That sounds really fun. Doesn't it get really hot on your farm, Barry? I would assume it gets really hot on the farm. You know, working in the sun. I think our Barry could weigh in on this. Farm work's tough. It is some of the hardest work you can do. Definitely. That sounds intense. Your boss wouldn't buy masks? They're not that expensive. That seems weird to me that they wouldn't buy masks. Because then they could get, like, that's against safety protocols. Heat wave. Oh, you're going to 106. Dang. And you gotta work in that. That's crazy. But it must do good for the plants, kind of. Kinda good, but kinda bad, right? Some plants thrive in that kind of weather. Oh, we're tier 2 exerted. I'm going to support. Both have their own pros and their cons. Support will have you questioning yourself mentally. There's some good people in support, though. And there's a lot of people that mean well. But the problem is when you're in support, there's a lot of pain. Yes, extra care. I can't handle the heat though. I'm wilting right now, and it's like maybe 20 degrees, I think. I haven't checked the temperature, but I'm guessing it's like 20, and I'm overheated a little. Just a little. And that's Celsius. So, what is that in Fahrenheit? C2, 20. So 68, and I'm cooking a little. I like being cooler. That's a nifty calculator. Oh, I put it in the chat for the American folks. Because if I'm going to have that, it works in reverse too. So if you go F to C and then do, I don't know, 106, like you said earlier, it converts it to Fahrenheit or to Celsius. So it's Fahrenheit to Celsius or Celsius to Fahrenheit. It's neat. Elm put it in the chat because we were discussing temperatures at one point. And there's a lot of American folks around, right? My favorite is 40. Or minus 40, sorry. So, minus 40 is a common temperature here, where I live, when it's cold, right? And it's the crossover point. And that's why it's nifty. It's when they are the same. When Fahrenheit and Celsius meet and hold hands for a second. Just for 1 second, they hold hands. Yeah. That's how I see it anyways. You guys are mostly metric. I mean, that happens. People like to use whatever measurements they like to use, right? Usually it's a product of environment. Whomever is teaching you those sorts of things, you use them, right? You only know metric. I know some things in all things, but that's because Canada's a mix mash. We like to use all the stuff for whatever reason. Like we'll put kilograms on things, we'll put pounds on things, ounces, temperatures in Celsius, but we'll have height in inches, distance in kilometers. Like we're just all over the place. We choose whatever we want. Probably something to do with England, if I had to guess. You can't understand zones? Well, you see, they're round and they're made of, well, different materials. But I promise that one day they will rock you. Come on, Higgins, catch food so that we can work out, so that we can go back to Muldra. I don't want to stay here forever. I live here now. This is my home for all of eternity, is fishing in this lake. You're based on someone's foot? It's gotta be like the laziest measurement ever. How far is that? Well, you see, we'll use my feet. The yard was the span of someone's arms. You go 3 feet to a meter? I don't know if that's how that works, but maybe. It's a big foot. This is a big fish. Or a fair size. Maybe not the biggest, but not bad. 74 centimeter catfish. Okay, we'll split this into just a couple so that they are there and that's crazy. Japan does millimeters? Why? Something I like in Japan though is that that there's a lot of stuff in Japan that actually I really like. There's their food is awesome. In the like in those some of those shops. They just it looks amazing. I don't know if I'd ever want to live in Japan though. That's the problem. But also being a tourist in Japan is not good either, as far as I've heard. But I could be wrong on that. But I've heard it from a few sources that living in Japan can be very difficult. That's the Ratmost emote. Yeah, I like Ratmost. Ratmost is great. Shout out for Ratmost. Ratmost. Yes. Shout out for Ratmost. Ratmost is awesome. Plays Dwarf Fortress. And also I've seen Ratmost play a few things. Wonder if Ratmost has ever played PZ. Probably. More than likely. Ratmost is great. But yeah, if you want to know where that emote's from, it's a really good emote. Very lively. Are those ghosts? Those are cool. You guys have all these cool emotes. Yeah. Recently we started doing the professional frogs here. So I've got these ones so far. Here, let's show them off. These are the ones we have so far. Professional frogs. So we got like yeah. Professional frogs? They're special for the tier 2 and tier 3 people. That's I wanted to give something special to the tier 2 and tier 3 people for their animated stuff, right? So I was like, what can I give them? I was like, professional frogs sounds like a good plan. And then I also included a shy emote of myself for tier 2, and I've got a special commission for tier 3 later. That's coming, and I'm looking forward to it. But where is mine? Mine's like this. Oh, I can do Gigentifies. I could show you guys what it looks like. Because Gigentifies are free for me in my own channel. And that goes for anybody. If you have emotes that you want to see bigger in your own channel, you can do that. So if you didn't know that, that's something Ratmos showed me, is that you can do Gigantifies for free. But this is what that one looks like. Yeah. But that's the thing, right? It's neat. Yeah, Turbo, in my opinion, is one of the best values. Let's see. What was it? It's ads, right? Yeah. So, in my opinion, Turbo is good if you're gonna watch a lot of Twitch. Subbing is good if you're gonna watch a lot of a streamer. So, like, if you want to support your streamer, um, or alternatively, like it says there, you can just watch ads. But that said, you could just AFK during the ads. Because ads are one of those things that kind of they pay for things. So we wouldn't have Twitch if we didn't have ads. So we have to be somewhat appreciative. It's like this. Get some. Ads give more revenue to the streamer. Ads give partial revenue to the streamer. You can increase your cut from Twitch as well by gaining by doing the Partner Plus program. There's two versions of the Partner Plus program, each increasing the value of your subs. And I don't know if it increases ad revenue, but I know that you get more, like a bigger split I haven't even really looked at that very much for myself, but I know that there's a couple of streamers that I'm supportive of that very much rely on that for their income. So it'll be interesting to say the least in the future if we try to shoot for some of that stuff. Maybe I'm not right at the moment, but because like I said, I don't know about that stuff. Yeah, you try to take breaks, and that's good. I take breaks sometimes during the ads. So like sometimes I'll take a break, and when I take a break, I'll play the ads. So that when I come back, then there's no ads for a while. But sometimes I miss them, especially because ADHD go burr, and sometimes I focus real hard on what I'm doing, and I don't even notice them. They're the ads are on my third monitor that is on like far away from me to see. They're attached to my moderation screen, which is something that I don't look at unless I need to. Which I'd rather not. The way that I have my stuff set up is very simple. This is you guys. You guys exist here. Moderation is um, even further to the left, but my tuber doesn't look that far to the left. Um, or right, I guess. Right? Left. Left? To my left, your right. Anyways, the this is the where the camera is, and then this is where my game is. But you guys have a whole monitor to yourselves. And I like setting it up that way so that I can... It's a good way to set it up. Show my hands again? Why? Why do you need to see my hands? I'm confused. Is this like it's like a party trick now? Show that you have hands. It was fun to see them earlier. I mean, it's you know, I you know, simple hand movements. I'm not perfectly good with them, but I'm okay. I'm getting better. Okay. Well, let's do our regularity thing. But before we do that, all right, Higgins, let's max your regularity. Yeah, I found that YouTube is terrible with its advertising. They were trying like it's just really bad ads, like really really bad stuff that I would never be into, and I don't know why. Maybe it's because it pulls it from a larger pool and it's trying its best. It's bad though. I don't know. When I was watching the Twitch ads for a brief time when before I got Turbo to get rid of them, I was they were okay. Most of them were just really loud, and I didn't like that. It's too much, you know? Too loud. And I know it's so that they can catch your attention, and that works. But at the end of the day, it's not good for me, right? I don't like that. Too loud. Maybe it's me being sensitive. Yeah, sometimes it's like I don't know. It's just like it's listening to the wrong things. Especially if you're getting a gift for someone, then prepare yourself for bad ads for like a while cuz you got somebody a present. And you can imagine how bad my advertisements are when I go like almost all the time telling me about flights and all this other nonsense. Why? Because I talk about my plans to go and move with Emma and all like that stuff. So flights and such come up a lot. So constant ads for, oh, would you like to take a trip? No, I don't want to take a trip. Not interested. It's not the goal. You don't understand. But it's just trying its best, that's all. And I get that. It doesn't really do the dating stuff for me very often anymore, thankfully. It wants you to go get Taco Bell or buy... Yeah, or play those games. Those ones that are like 95% it's not the game. Like it's like I don't know how they don't get sued for false advertising. That's how like it's like gotta be there's gotta be some lines they're crossing with those. Yeah, like it's like so bad. There was a couple of them that were neat puzzle game looking games too that I was wanting to try at one point. But the thing is I cuz I read reviews first. It's like no, there are no puzzles. It's just it's not it's lies. It's just lies. And that's what it says in the reviews. And then in the reviews it has like bot responses like, "Oh, we'll try and work on that." You know, thank you for your feedback. But it's it's because they get people to like some people to download it and try it because of that. It's false advertising straight up. Something needs to crack down on those real hard and just like really make it not worth it for any of those. Sucks though, because if there's a market for something, then you know that's what causes that in the first place. Is that there is a market for it, just period. So Is there a big difference between having 2 cows and 3 cows? I mean, the water they intake would be a little bit more depending. So I would put out extra troughs if you're not near a water source. That said, they're going to eat more. So note that. That said, as well, like, not really. They produce more milk. You get more milk total. If you have a couple amphoras, you'll fill up pretty much all the amphoras with milk. And then all you have to do is make butter whenever you want. Like, so that's what I would do. I would make, if I had cows, which I don't, but let's say for argument's sake that I do, I would make 3 amphoras and I would place them near-ish to where the cows live. And then I would milk and fill the amphoras and like with milk, right? And then during days where I needed to weight gain, I would make a ton of butter, not moving from that spot, and just make butter nonstop every day while I'm gaining weight. And then I would have a reserve set of butter that would last me for the next time I need to gain weight, and the time after that, and the time after that, so on and so forth until I run out of butter. However, I would make sure to be checking on the cows, and I would keep all the amphoras full. So there would be 3 amphoras, they would all be full. That's 900 liters of milk. 900 liters translates over to, what was it? It's 5 liters per butter now. It's like, let's see. So that'd be 180 butter, which translates to 576,000 calories. Butter's stupid. It's absurd. That is absurd amount of calories. People complain about fish. Can you believe that? 576,000 calories. And people complain about fish. That was napkin math as well. And that's not even the most you can do. Or like the most you can, there's a higher ceiling. You can have even more butter than that. Oh, but it takes time to churn it. Yeah, but the cows themselves are producing a ludicrous amount of milk. Like, how much milk does one cow produce? I don't know the answer, but I know it's a lot. And it wouldn't make sense to limit the cows so much as to just augment butter itself. You throw one Malu on there, suddenly butter becomes less appealing for folks. It's still appealing, of course, and it wouldn't affect some folks, but yeah. If you throw that, the chickpea, like, must be an ingredient kind of thing on there, suddenly... It actually doesn't change much. People would still want it to get nerfed again. But, well, not really. Most folks actually don't want butter to get nerfed, yet they don't like fishing. Strange, isn't it? So that's in reality, right? What about Zomboid? I don't know how many liters the cows do in Zomboid, but it gave you 5 buckets. So each bucket, so that's 50 liters, by the way. You say 5 buckets plus. Did you try putting them in an amphora? Because that's 5 liters. Or sorry, that's 50 liters right there on its own. So let's just, for argument's sake, say that you can only do that once a day. Okay? 50 liters, right? To fill the three amphoras, it would take you 18 days, which is less than a month, right? It's still a little bit longer than the amount of time I spend fishing here. I spend roughly a week fishing for what would be the equivalent of 200,000 calories. Of course, most of those calories get wasted because the fish goes bad. So let's even say the fish doesn't go bad. Let's make an argument and say fish doesn't go bad. I still only have 200k calories worth of fish versus the butters. Well, even just with the single day, but let's half that. So let's say it's 50 a day times the week, let's say. So that's 350, which would then be divided by 5 and then multiplied by 3200. So butter is only slightly better than fish, according to my napkin math. Because it comes out to 224,000 calories versus fish, which would be able to, on average, if I fished consistently for a week, and we nullified the fact that the fish can go bad, so let's pretend that it can't. The fish would produce approximately, it would vary. It's RNG based, so, but it could be anywhere between 10,000 and like 20k per fish, assuming that I keep catching fish at an average rate of maybe 3 to 5 fish a day currently. It would end up being, but no, milk doesn't spoil. Neither does butter. Once again, it's one of the things that's interesting because it's like things are getting balanced in the calorie system, but not entirely. So it and it's already received a nerf. So it's like I don't think it's necessary. In all honesty, just buff the meats. That would be the answer. That or throw lard on the butcher table. For when you butcher an animal, it drops some lard. You know, there you go. Balanced. At least so that people can have some variety. Yeah, tallow. Yeah, I could go on and on about the calorie system right now being kind of irritating. Not because of this particular playthrough either. Yeah, sure, it's annoying to have to come here every week. If I was playing Apocalypse, that wouldn't be the case. I would be able to just use a freezer to freeze fish and butter and milk and a bunch of things. I wouldn't starve. There's just no way. Because I would have meals prepped for like as long as I want. Yeah, the pigs don't do bacon right now. They're just pork. And there's only 3 kinds of cuts. There's the prime cut, there's the average cut, and then there's the poor cut. So there's no bacon. Bacon doesn't exist. Neither is there like you can't like make better cuts on the the cows or the venison, which is, that's not how an animal it's kind of, imagine if there was a mini game for it where you actually cut the animal properly, where the different sanctions are, not that, like, because that's how you've, I would assume a lot of folks here have seen one of those butcher charts, the ones that have the different flanks on the different spots, right? A mini game would be kind of cool. But also just raising the values overall would be good. And once again, I'm talking from a perspective of apocalypse. I'm not talking from the rat race, because the rat race is meant to be a challenge mode. This is meant to be this way. It's built this way. I'm not salty about this. I'm more, it's the core of the game. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I'm not gonna get mad about rat race related stuff. Not very, Mm-mm. Sometimes I'm gonna be shocked though. Like when I seen the foraging stuff initially, that was a bit of a shock because rat race foraging up to this point hasn't been that good. What's the best cow breed? There isn't one. They're all the same, as far as I know. Now I could be wrong. I haven't looked deeply into the code. There's people who have min-maxed the code though, so you should look for those people. And those posts. Don't trust the Reddit. Trust the Reddit with a grain of salt. You would want to look in like the PZ Discord or those kinds of places because they'll be a little bit more accurate. You can actually find the devs in there too, like talking about stuff. It just frustrates you. Or well, it was frustrating me. Maybe it doesn't frustrate everyone. I can't go on the Reddit for more than a little bit before I need to get off the Reddit because it's hurting me. I like some of the art that's on there though. They do some really fantastic art, and the stories are good. But it drives me a little bit crazy the way they like. One of the ridiculous ones that I seen the last time I was on there was what's this thing? And it was like 2,000 upvotes for a salt lick. It's like I was like, eh. And then like a few posts down, the same thing. It was the same. It was just a different person posted the same thing. Several thousand upvotes for that one too. It's just like, why though? It's a salt lick. Yes, it might have a purpose in the future. I don't think it has one now. I think it's just an aesthetic thing. It's decoration at the moment. Maybe it'll have a use in like later on. Yeah. I don't think it's that deep in the code right now, but I think maybe in the future it might be. I don't think they've gotten that far though. But I could be wrong. Like I said, I don't read the code very often. The only times that I really will read the code is if I'm having problems or if somebody's telling me stuff about the code directly. Which we've got code divers. There are a lot of code divers in the chat. They correct me when I'm wrong, which I'm appreciative of. Because I'd rather have the right information and, be wrong than be giving everybody the wrong info. You can see the difference in milking? Is it a large difference right now, or you haven't had luck with the cows? It's got to be their season, though, I think, or something. I don't know how it works. But I remember that's how my sheep started, is through their mating season. They started produce milk. And then when they got pregnant, they stopped. Or like when they had their baby, they stopped. It was weird. Because I think that the code for that at the time was mixed up. Like they had it backwards. It was supposed to be they should have been They should have been lactating during with their baby, because that makes sense. Not when their baby is not with them. Yeah, eventually they do die. They do have a life expectancy. From what I remember, rabbits have the shortest one. Yeah, you do need to feed them and water them. And if they have troughs, then they'll be okay for quite some time. What in the old gods am I hearing? Oh, we're talking about the animals, the animal systems. Yeah, the animals in Zomboid. They're part of Build 42. Have you not ever heard about the animal systems? We're talking about cows. The cows are actually probably the best and easiest way to gain weight in the apocalypse at the moment. Yeah, they can drink the rainwater. They also can eat the grass tiles, but apparently they can't eat the grass tiles and they can't interact with the rainwater or without the player being nearby. So it's good to have troughs nearby that have food and liquids as well to keep them going. But yeah, apologies if it sounds weird. We're talking about it's like animal systems in the game. And I don't know much about the animal systems, to be fair. Because I don't interact with them as often as I should. Mostly because I don't like the idea of running around with a stick of butter in my hand and just eating a stick of butter. I don't like it. It sounds awful. So it's sort of almost a self-imposed challenge that I don't do that. That and also I don't have a cow. So if I did have a cow, I would be tempted to do it just for convenience purposes. But yeah, I feel like it's not good. Dude, I eat sticks of butter all the time. Gotta be salted. I don't think this kind is salted. But yeah, it's just that I don't have a cow. If I had a cow, I would probably do it, but it's just like, eh. I still don't like it. It feels wrong. Yeah, see? Now imagine if instead you grabbed that whole thing of butter and ate it like a chocolate bar. That's what they're doing. That's the meta for weight gain. That or drinking vegetable oil. Those are the two things that are prominent. And then the other thing is eating rabbits or eating fish. Those are your weight gain options. That's it. I mean, you can eat a few other things and then just not move. But that's essentially the trick is not moving combined with those methods and you gain weight. It's a problem with the caloric system in general, like the whole eating system. It seems a bit heavy-handed in the way that it does things, and that it's a little bit too much to some degrees. Like I feel like like I have slow metabolism right now. I'm able to go fighting for a week or so, a week and a half, and then I have to come back here and I stock my weight. It takes me about a week to stock my weight, and then back out I go for another week and a half. So like that's one example of how the systems work, right? Is that but I have slow metabolism, so you'd figure it'd be slower. Could you imagine if I had fast metabolism? We would never be able to leave. We would be trapped here to fishing forever. You'd be able to sustain it with butter though. So I would literally have to go get a cow. That would be the only way. Or I would have to spend 2 in-game years building up enough sunflower seeds to make vegetable oil in order to have enough vegetable oil to counteract it. Literally 2 in-game years. Because a full set of cycled sunflower seeds needs to go from April until because it how long does it take for them to grow? Let me see. I have it written down here. It says April to June, but it says that September to March are the bad months. So April to June, it takes 90 days for the sunflowers to grow. Um, so you get one batch of sunflowers. It would be assuming that you're utilizing the lemongrass to buffer them, and that most of the sunflowers make it through, and you get between 2 to 3 per. It would depend on how many your character can plant and keep watered, and then also how many rainy days you get to reprieve you from having to water. But it would take, I think, 2 in-game years of farming sunflowers to be able to keep up with the amount that you can get from the cows in just like less than a month. Like, what is it, 18 days, I think was what we said? That's why cows are the meta right now. Cows and sheep. But cows more than sheep. And I know these things. I'm just averse to some of them because it's annoying. It's like, I'd have to go all the way to Rosewood, collect a cow, either live there or bring the cow to where I am. Too much work. Not doing it. Decent reward, though. Some of the cows are probably still alive as well, over beside Rosewood. They lived for 2 years with Higgins last time. I don't see why they wouldn't now. Cows are the meta right now. I mean, it's cows or rabbits. Those are like the only two. Fish is good too, but the reason why fish is less so at the moment is because it's a lot harder to get the fish and it takes a lot more patience. Because the bubbles keep breaking and there's a lot of problems with fish. See, if you get one of these fish, though, so my napkin math didn't include one of these fish. My napkin math included averaging the regular fish, which is the 60 centimeter, or not 60 centimeter. It's the minus 60 hunger fish that would give you anywhere between 10,000 and, you know, maybe, 10,000 calories average. This one here will give me, what is it, like 15 to 20? Something like that. It's a really good fish. I like that we're on our fitness montage now instead of our push-up montage for strength. I don't know. I like doing the squats better than I like doing the push-ups. Preference, I suppose. Oh, one second. I'm gonna get rested. Yeah. Hello. Here, let me help you, okay? 2 seconds. There you go. Hope you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. We're hoping to get this little bit of fitness done. Yes. Appreciated. Take off the pants. All right, and this is the trek we have to make. We're going all the way back to Muldron now. And then once we're back there, we're basically settled in. I've got to make a grindstone is my goal there, as well as I'm gonna write these down as goals that I have. I probably could cut right across here to Dixie, but I'd rather not. Probably would save time if I went that way. We should check out this section here at some point in the future, because maybe we could start going that way instead. Make sure this area is clear, and then we'll go like that to here. But hopefully by then, if we're already that far in, hopefully we'll be down this way, and I'll have cleared out that other lake, and we can use that instead. Like trying to clothes shop there. Like clothes shopping is not. It's not the time for that. Let's keep going. Appreciate you. Yeah, they're meant to be emo, but it's okay. Whoa, zombie. Hey there. Enjoy your lurk. Oh, we're almost there. Morning. I'm having a really good time, actually. Yeah, we're actually getting closer to the end. So for today, anyways. So my main goal right now is to get to Moldra, and I want to make the grindstone because I likely will forget. We've made some good progress today. I did make an anvil, so we made an anvil. I do not intend to could use the anvil until I can make a bellows, so that we can skip right to the advanced forge. I don't want to use the simple forge. I'm good. I don't need it. So um, we'll do the advanced forge, and then from there we will be able to make any of the types of knives that I want. Hello. You're supposed to be. Hey, you're supposed to be lurking. You go lurk. You're supposed to go lurk and play League. Okay. I'm watching you. For right now, anyways. Yes, Barry. Barry is good. Barry is good. Good Barry. All right, so we're almost there. Yeah, if the weather keeps going up like this, we'll be able to swap pants. Wear some other pants for a bit. So the padded pants are for winter. But it's gonna drop down a little again for a little while. Okay, so now what do I need? Well, I need a log, which means I need this for a moment. And how do I need these again? Oh yeah, because I was making never mind. Out of nails, which just means that I need to go get some. Ta-da! So now we've got a grindstone. And what the grindstone will be used for is sharpening. Here we go. And now we have 6 metal blades that are all nice and sharp. Which, if I remember right, we need... Um, nope. Yeah. This one can go there. Can go in my primary. Oh, there's a lot of excess in my bag right now, though. And even without that, it's not a little bit excess here. So let's get rid of some of these. So I can fit this one in here. All right, and there we go. We've started our production of metal knives. It's decent. It's not going to be 5-star or anything, but it's at least somewhat stable. Gotta wait a little, get more time in game. All right. Oh yeah, that was the thing. I forgot about that. We probably should stop off there and see if the bodies are still not despawning, but we already seen that they weren't. So there's 2 bodies that are here that are just, they're not noxed. They're just dead bodies that just do not despawn. They just are there. Just dead bodies. It's kind of crazy. That said, though, we have pushed a little bit, but we've not quite at a stage where I would say this area is clear yet. I did push down this area a little bit, though, to connect these two. And we've been making some good progress overall on these sections here. The watch bag is still there. McCoy is still clear, though. I might go down this section here and just wipe out anything that's out here, maybe soon, just so that these areas are clear. But I may wait until we're further down the main strip to do that, because The plan is right now to hopefully get all the way to the Sunstar Motel, which is right here, and then hopefully we'll have most of this area cleared by then, or at least adjusted, and then we can kind of keep pushing as time goes on. But we really should add in the remainder of the zombies so that I don't feel. There you go. All right, so I'm just gonna do it like that for now. It's probably not this bad, but let's be fair. I'm just doing this just to kind of give an idea of where I think there's gonna be zombies. And okay. Good enough. There is only death. Yeah, I mean, piles of zombies eventually. The vertical zombies that we're gonna turn horizontal one day. That's the plan, anyways. We've been making good strides, though. We leveled our short blades to 8 today. We did good. Pottery's at level 2, apparently. Didn't really realize that. Fishing is nearly level 5, which is good. Probably should focus some of these to just finish them, but as much as I say focus these to finish them, this is thousands of XP that it would require to finish these. So I'm just gonna let that come up naturally on its own, over time as we build up weapons and other things. We probably should at least start trying to have an animal in each area so that I can at least get a little bit of animal care each day. And for agriculture, I'm just gonna dedicate like an in-game year to it, I guess, or something. Unless they rebalance it in some way, we'll see. It depends. Or if they release greenhouses, oh, I'd be so for that. But we'll see. Anyways, it's gonna be it for my day for today. Go. Well, we did a good amount of work today. Let's look for somebody that we can raid. Very much appreciate. We've been raiding a lot of folks. I think I'm gonna raid Bonds because I don't think I've raided Bonds in a while. He's playing on the Sunday driver server, so if you like Build 41 and yeah, let's raid Bonds. Go. It's been my absolute pleasure as always. I'll see you guys next time. If socials and whatnot. There you go. Social links if you need them. And I'll see you guys next time. Ta for now.